Chapter 1911. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Fang Chen's life was hanging by a thread after being severely injured in the battle with the God King of Destruction. Love go little say W. Chu. Fortunately, his master, the Bone Progenitor, and the Deputy Palace Master of the Heavenly Bone Palace helped him. With the help of the two Emperor Gods, his life was saved. Of course, the Golden Heart also played a role. His primordial spirit was severely injured, causing his doppelganger to fall into a coma. South Sea, Antarctic continent, territory of the Phoenix clan. Since Fang Chen left, the Antarctic continent fell into a short period of peace. Although there were conflicts between the three beast clans, they no longer fought openly. Moreover, with Emperor God Xiao Luo in charge, true god experts could not casually attack. Only divine gods could fight. It was worth mentioning that Eagle Wing, who was severely injured by Fang Chen, not only recovered successfully, but also took the opportunity to break through to the Divine King realm. This made the entire Demon Bird clan very happy. Especially the Demon Bird clan ancestor. It was said that he had taken Eagle Wing as his last disciple and personally taught him cultivation. Eagle Wing secretly swore that the day he came out of seclusion would be the day he took revenge. Everyone knew that Eagle Wing's words were directed at Fang Chen. Besides Eagle Wing, Fang Chen's old rival, Wind Rock of the Tian Peng clan, almost died. Fortunately, ancestor Tian Peng treated him in time. In the end, he survived. However, Wind Rock's situation was very different from Eagle Wing's. Although Wind Rock survived, he was severely injured, causing his realm to drop and his strength to decline. He could no longer dominate the South Pole divine ranking. For this reason, the entire Tian Peng clan was looking for a solution. After all, Wind Rock was the second golden-winged rock of the Tian Peng clan. He had unparalleled potential and could not be depressed. The two beast clans were worried sick about the younger generation and did not have time to fight against the Phoenix clan. This gave the Phoenix clan a chance to take a breather. Phoenix clan territory, Moon God residence. This was Star and Moon's residence. Ever since Star and Moon had become God Kings and fully awakened her mystical Yin Phoenix physique, her status in the Phoenix clan had become extremely high. The ancestors of the Phoenix clan had even hinted to Star and Moon that if she became the Holy Maiden of the Phoenix clan, she could inherit the position of clan leader in the future. However, Star and Moon declined. There was only one thought in her mind, and that was to increase her strength. Therefore, she had been madly immersing herself in cultivation these past few days. Little Mouse and the others were greatly stimulated too. They had been in seclusion for a long time. It was said that they would not come out until they achieved the God Emperor realm. On a certain day, the atmosphere in the Moon God's residence suddenly became heavy. Star and Moon, who had always been elusive, had a gloomy look on their faces. Even Little Mouse and the other three had come out of their closed-door training. What happened? Little Mouse asked coldly. They were in a secret chamber. In the secret chamber, Fang Chen's clone was lying on the ground for no reason, unconscious. There's only one explanation for him falling unconscious for no reason, and that's that his main body has been severely injured and is on the verge of death, Star and Moon said grimly. Damn it, who's after Boss? Is it the Sword Palace of the South Tomb? If anything happens to Boss, we must avenge him. Don't be rash. Pangolin was calmer. He suppressed the two's agitated emotions and said in a low voice, Boss is the disciple of the Bone Progenitor. Normal people wouldn't dare touch him. Let's not talk about how he was injured first. In this situation, although Boss is on the verge of death, he still has a chance of survival. The Bone Progenitor must have intervened. Little C nodded and said, the Bone Progenitor wouldn't just stand by and watch his disciple die. Boss should recover. Sister-in-law, you stay here and take care of Boss. We'll continue our closed-door training. Little Mouse was silent for a moment, then said coldly. The four of them went into closed-door training again. Their hearts were filled with determination. Love go little say W. Chu this time, no matter what, they had to break through to the godly king realm and avenge Boss. Brother Chen, Star and Moon stretched out her fair hand and gently stroked Fang Chen's face. She had mixed feelings. In the destruction mansion in the Palace of Bones. The Vice Palace Master and Bone Progenitor stayed in the destruction mansion. They were constantly monitoring the situation of Fang Chen's primordial spirit. After a period of nurturing, his primordial spirit was slowly recovering. His heart was even more miraculous. During this period, the Bone Progenitor and the Vice Palace Master had studied Fang Chen's heart more than once, but without exception, they couldn't understand it at all. In the end, the two God Emperors gave up. To paraphrase an almighty, existence was reason. Time passed. The news of the battle between the Supreme God King of Destruction and Fang Chen didn't spread out in the Temple of Gods. Therefore, many people didn't know exactly what had happened. However, they couldn't hide it from the top God Emperors. 1 day, 2 days, 1 month, 2 months, in the blink of an eye, a year had passed. Fang Chen's primordial spirit was recovering at a very slow pace. However, his heart had completely recovered and was even beating. The Bone Progenitor sighed and said, "At this rate, it will take at least 5 years or even longer for his primordial spirit to be completely nurtured." The primordial spirit was the most important thing to a warrior. Even an God Emperor wouldn't dare to injure his primordial spirit. The Bone Progenitor and the Vice Palace Master had already done their best to pull Fang Chen back from the brink of death. It wasn't easy at all. Now, they could only rely on Fang Chen's own efforts. The Vice Palace Master looked at Fang Chen's heart and was full of praise. If Fang Chen can reconstruct his physical body, he will definitely undergo an earth-shattering transformation. Perhaps this crisis is a rare opportunity for him. The Bone Progenitor could only nod when he heard this. Just like that, 3 years passed by. One day, Fang Chen's primordial spirit suddenly trembled. The Bone Progenitor and the Vice Palace Master instantly appeared. Both of them stared at Fang Chen's primordial spirit. "How is it?" the Bone Progenitor asked. The Vice Palace Master checked and found that Fang Chen's primordial spirit had almost recovered. "He has already regained his initial consciousness," the Vice Palace Master said. At this moment, a weak thought came from the primordial spirit. "Master." Fang Chen's voice sounded extremely weak. The moment he regained his consciousness, he knew everything that had happened. He was very brave to receive his master and was filled with endless anger towards the Supreme Being of Destruction. "Don't speak. Rest well," the Bone Progenitor said hurriedly. The Vice Palace Master smiled and said, "In his current condition, he can use elixirs to speed up his recovery. In a few days, he will be able to reconstruct his physical body." The Bone Progenitor was one of the top emperor gods in the god realm. Elixirs to nourish the primordial spirit were a piece of cake for him. Soon, the Bone Progenitor found some elixirs to nourish the primordial spirit in his collection and handed them to the Vice Palace Master for the entire process. The Vice Palace Master did not disappoint the Bone Progenitor. In less than 3 days, Fang Chen's primordial spirit was completely restored. In mid-air, Fang Chen's primordial spirit light ball could speak to the Bone Progenitor without any worries. "Your physical body was destroyed by the heavy water of destruction. Next, I will help you reconstruct your physical body. You must hang in there," the Bone Progenitor reminded him. Fang Chen nodded and said, "Master, please do your best." He had almost died and returned from the gates of hell. Would he care about this little bit of pain? The methods of an emperor god expert were miraculous. The Bone Progenitor's palm trembled and an illusory aura instantly spread out. Immediately after, a wild aura enveloped Fang Chen's primordial spirit. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Fang Chen could clearly feel that something was growing around his primordial spirit. "Hang in there." Fang Chen tried his best to hang in there. After a while, Fang Chen was shocked to find that his body was being reconstructed. It was not an exaggeration to say that flesh and bones could grow from the dead. With the Bone Progenitor's strength, it was completely capable of doing this. After 15 minutes, Fang Chen's head had been reconstructed. It had flesh and blood, and the primordial spirit had entered his head. After that, it was even easier to reconstruct his physical body. Whoosh! His physical body was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, the Bone Progenitor waved its hand. With a whoosh, the golden heart entered Fang Chen's body. Dong! It was also at this moment that Fang Chen felt a strange aura emerging from the golden heart. In an instant, it spread throughout his body. Fang Chen's eyes widened, and his heart was filled with shock. The golden heart's movements were huge. It seemed to be transforming the reconstructed physical body. Please visit and bookmark this site to read the latest novel. Please pay attention. Chapter 1912. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by little? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen's body had completely regenerated. It looked no different from before, but its essence had changed greatly. Love go little say W. Chu-hum. The bone progenitor and the deputy palace master also noticed the changes in Fang Chen's body. The two of them carefully guarded Fang Chen. After feeling the changes in the golden heart in his body, Fang Chen sat cross-legged on the ground and closed his eyes. At this moment, the golden heart was beating rapidly. Golden liquid emerged and spread to his limbs and bones. The golden heart seems to be changing my body constitution. Fang Chen thought to himself. He could feel that wherever the golden liquid passed, his meridians and bones were changing. In a few breaths, Fang Chen felt as if he had been reborn. Buzz! A terrifying sword chi burst out from his body. The bone progenitor and the deputy palace master were also surprised that a divine king could release such a shocking amount of sword chi. Bone progenitor, your disciple's talent in sword principle is extraordinary. The deputy palace master exclaimed. Having lived for countless years, he had seen countless sword principle geniuses in the entire god realm. However, at this moment, Fang Chen shocked him. Even Emperor God Swordless of the Sword Palace of the South Tomb was not so monstrous when he was young. His entire body is filled with biting cold sword chi. He was born for the sword. The bone progenitor pondered. He could not understand how a sword cultivator could have such attainments in the space-time cultivation system. As time passed, Fang Chen's body was enveloped by sword chi. The sword chi was everywhere. Fang Chen's body was also undergoing tremendous changes. My meridians and bones are all transforming. Even the small particles that make up my body are changing. Fang Chen was shocked. This lasted for 2 hours. Finally, the golden heart stopped changing his body. At this moment, Fang Chen felt that his body was filled with unprecedented power. With a thought, the sword chi around him was withdrawn. Is this the true perfect sword body? Fang Chen muttered to himself. My physical strength has increased by at least 10 times. What did this mean? This meant that Fang Chen's physical strength was now comparable to a divine emperor. Even if he stood on the ground, an ordinary divine king would not be able to hurt him. More importantly, his understanding of the sword principle had reached a certain level. His mind was filled with incomparably profound sword Dao comprehension. This was all because the perfect sword body. The perfect sword body from before was just a false sword body. Fang Chen sighed. The battle with the God King of Destruction could be considered a blessing in disguise. His physical body had undergone earth-shaking changes after being reconstructed. Although the perfect sword body was powerful, it could not suppress the dark yin phoenix body. Now, the perfect sword body can easily suppress the dark yin phoenix body. Just as Fang Chen was thinking, the bone progenitor spoke. Fang Chen, you've profited from a disaster. Congratulations. It's incredible. I've seen many divine kings reconstruct their bodies, but none like you. The deputy palace master was full of praise for Fang Chen. Thank you, master. Fang Chen cupped his fists and thanked him. Thank the deputy palace master. He put in a lot of effort. The bone progenitor smiled. Thank you, deputy palace master. Fang Chen turned to look at the deputy palace master. The latter smiled and spread his hands, indicating that Fang Chen did not need to be so polite. Love go little say W. Chu the bone progenitor felt more and more that he could not see through this disciple of his. Fang Chen, have you received any inheritance from a powerful existence in the Tao of Sword? The bone progenitor asked. Fang Chen nodded and said simply, this disciple has received some inheritance before, but I don't know which powerful existence it belongs to. After all, it was related to the cosmos god Jiu Yuan. Fang Chen was not willing to reveal it, even if it was his teacher. The attraction of a cosmos god to an apex god emperor was unimaginable. Perhaps his casual words would lead to some unexpected trouble. The bone progenitor nodded lightly and said no more. He reminded, "You've just reconstructed your fleshy body. Have a good rest. As for the God King of Destruction, I'll leave his life for you to take." "Thank you, Master." Fang Chen was delighted. His teacher had put in a lot of effort. After a while, the bone progenitor and the deputy palace master left. God King of Destruction. Fang Chen muttered the words God King of Destruction. His body emitted a cold killing intent. No, to be exact, there was only one God King of Destruction in the deity world, and that was Fang Chen. Ever since he defeated the God King of Destruction, the Temple of Gods recognized him as one of the 6 God Kings of Laws. However, they did not announce it to the public because Fang Chen's injuries were too serious. The Temple of Gods had a backup plan. If Fang Chen fell, the God King of Destruction would still be the previous God King of Destruction. Fang Chen contacted the Temple of Gods immediately and told them his thoughts. In less than a day, the Temple of Gods announced that Fang Chen would be the new God King of Destruction. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. When the news spread, all the God Kings cried out. As a matter of fact, even the other 5 God Kings of Laws were rather confused. What? The God King of Destruction was defeated? Heavens, how strong is the disciple of the bone progenitor? He actually defeated the God King of Destruction? Ha ha ha, I can't believe I can see the God King of Destruction change hands in my lifetime. Many God Kings were discussing this matter. However, an even more shocking news came from the Temple of Gods. Fang Chen used the mission system of the Temple of Gods to issue a mission to the entire deity world. If anyone could provide him with the whereabouts of Mihe, they would owe him a favor. As long as it was within their means, they would help. What a joke! A favor from the disciple of the bone progenitor was something that many people would fight to get. What? Fang Chen is looking for the God King of Destruction? He's going to kill him. There's no need for that, right? Even if the God King of Destruction was defeated, he wouldn't be hunted down, right? Who knows? Let's go and find him. A favor from the disciple of the bone progenitor is too valuable. Many God Kings were eager to make a move. They rushed to the extreme south to look for the God King of Destruction. Mihe was the real name of the God King of Destruction. He was defeated by Fang Chen, and the title of the God King of Destruction was taken back by the Temple of Gods. Therefore, when Fang Chen issued the mission, he used his real name. In a very secluded place in the deity world. Mihe opened his eyes suddenly, and his body exuded a wild aura of destruction. His eyes were scarlet, and his heart was full of hatred. "Fang Chen, are you going to kill me?" Mihe roared angrily. In the battle of the Temple of Gods, he was defeated by the latter. At the critical moment, he used his strongest trump card. He thought that he could kill Fang Chen, but who would have thought that Fang Chen was still alive? Even the heavy water of destruction couldn't kill you. You're really tough. But if you think that I'm still the same person as before, and that I can be bullied by you, then you're wrong. Mihe was crazy. Killing the disciple of the bone progenitor, even if I die, I'll be famous in the deity world. Moreover, as long as I plan well, I'll be able to escape unscathed. Mihe stood up suddenly and disappeared into the darkness. South Sea, Antarctic continent, Phoenix Clan territory, Moon God Mansion. Whoosh. Fang Chen's clone suddenly opened his eyes. Brother Chen? Seeing this, Star and Moon was stunned for a moment, and immediately became ecstatic. She hugged Fang Chen directly. She, who had never been good with words, cried tears of joy. For the past few years, she had been cultivating while guarding Fang Chen. From the beginning of hope to the later despair, she had even made a comprehensive plan to avenge her husband. But now, Fang Chen suddenly woke up, and she found it difficult to control her emotions for a while. The emotions that had been suppressed for a long time suddenly surged in her heart. It's been hard on you, Fang Chen said softly as he stroked Star and Moon's head. It's not hard, Star and Moon said. Fang Chen looked at the sky, and there was a touch of determination in his eyes. Don't worry, Wait a little longer. After I completely kill Mihe, I'll come to the Antarctic continent to take you away, Fang Chen said. Boom, at the same time, in the moon god mansion, a terrifying aura soared into the sky. Moreover, it was 4 consecutive terrifying auras that alarmed many true gods of the Phoenix clan. What a strong aura! Has someone broken through to the Divine King realm? The aura is coming from the moon god mansion. Who has broken through? Please visit this site to read the latest novel. Please follow. Chapter 1913. Genius 1 second. Remember love go little? We provide you with interesting novels to read. The entire Phoenix clan's upper echelons were paying attention to the moon god mansion. There was a huge threshold for a heavenly god to break through to the Divine King realm. Moreover, when breaking through, there would be some heaven and earth anomaly. Of course, the heaven and earth anomaly was relatively weak and almost negligible. However, for a true god expert, their control of the power of order had reached a godly level. Therefore, as long as there was a slight movement, it would be noticed. Who's breaking through? The upper echelons of the Phoenix clan discussed softly. Soon, they guessed that it should be Fang Chen's 4 spiritual pets breaking through. Rumble, in the sky above the moon god mansion, a powerful aura lingered for a long time. At this moment, in the mansion, Fang Chen's doppelganger smiled. Rumble, in the secret chamber, an aura shot up to the sky, followed by endless purple light. Little Mouse was the first to rush out of the secret chamber. Purple light appeared around his body, and the aura of a divine devourer rat was fully displayed. After stepping into the Divine King realm, Little Mouse's body had undergone earth-shattering changes, giving off a terrifying pressure. "Boss, you're awake?" Little Mouse, who was cheering, was even happier when he found that his boss had woken up. He skipped over to Fang Chen's side. "You've broken through?" Fang Chen asked. Little Mouse nodded heavily, his eyes full of fighting spirit. "Boss, after I broke through to the Divine King realm, my inherited memories have been fully awakened. I feel that my body is full of energy, and I can't wait to find the Divine King of Destruction for revenge. Ha ha ha, I've finally broken through." Just as Little Mouse was talking, a loud voice came from the secret chamber. The second to break through was Xiao Huang. Although he had stepped into the heavenly god realm before Little Mouse and the other 2, the Ant King was special. It was very difficult for them to break through, but once they broke through, their strength would be very strong. What surprised Fang Chen was that the 4 of them had broken through at the same time. The third to come out was Little C. After his breakthrough, his aura had completely changed. However, his aura was still incomparable to that of Little Mouse and Xiao Huang. As for the pangolin, it was the last one to come out. He was still very calm, and the aura on his body had long been restrained, so no one could see anything. "Congratulations," Fang Chen said with a smile. The few of them laughed and chatted. Little Mouse and the other 3 could not wait to find the supreme being of destruction for revenge. "Boss, why are you waiting for your real body to pick you up? With our current strength, we can definitely walk out on our own." "That's right. My hands are already itching. I can't wait to fight. Mph, a mere god king of destruction. If the 4 of us join forces, he'll definitely die." Even the usually calm pangolin was eager to leave the Antarctic continent to avenge Fang Chen. Fang Chen waved his hand, indicating for everyone not to be anxious. Fang Chen could understand their feelings. At the same time, he was quite touched. However, he had to consider the big picture. He could not let Star and Moon take the risk. "With my current strength, dealing with the supreme being of destruction is not a problem at all. I've already issued a mission through the Palace of Bones. Many people are helping me find the supreme being of destruction. He will have nowhere to hide," Fang Chen said. However, the supreme being of destruction and the Death God Emperor are inextricably linked. "I'm afraid that there will be unforeseen events, so safety is the priority. Boss, if the Death God Emperor really attacks secretly, how are you going to deal with him alone?" Little Mouse asked. "After all, I'm a disciple of the Bone Progenitor. The Death God Emperor won't be so stupid as to attack me openly," Fang Chen said. Little Mouse and the other 3 had broken through to the Divine King realm. This shocked the Phoenix clan. They felt a little helpless when they thought of their most outstanding disciples, Feng Ni and Feng Xiu'er, who had been stuck in the divine realm and could not break through. 3 days later, Fang Chen's doppelganger was fighting with Little Mouse and the other 3. Suddenly, a servant ran in hurriedly with a grave expression. "What's the matter?" Star and Moon asked. "Lord Moon, the Demon Bird Clan's Blackbird Deity Emperor is here to visit," the servant said in a low voice. "He brought Eagle Wing here. He said he wants to challenge you, Lord Moon." "Eagle Wing? Is he tired of living?" Little Mouse, who loved to fight, immediately stopped fighting when he heard the servant's voice. He jumped to the servant's side and said with his eyes wide open, "The clan leader asked me to call Lord Moon over," the servant continued. Star and Moon frowned and was about to refuse when Little Mouse spoke first. "All right, you can go now. We'll go over immediately." Then, Little Mouse looked at Star and Moon with a smile and said, "Sister-in-law, since you don't want to go, how about I do it for you? I've been itching for a fight for a long time. This Eagle Wing is asking for a beating. How about letting me teach him a lesson?" Star and Moon nodded when they saw how eager Little Mouse was to fight. Fang Chen's doppelganger was still in the Moon God Manor. Star and Moon brought Little Mouse to the Phoenix clan's ancestral land. "This guy beat us to it again," the other 3 said helplessly. In the square, Divine Emperor Hei Fowl stared at the Phoenix clan leader and said in a low voice, "Phoenix clan leader, the last Divine Realm Grand competition was cancelled for some reason. The final winner was not decided. Now that Eagle Wing has broken through to the Divine King realm, I've brought him here to spar with him." "Divine Emperor Hei Fowl, you said it yourself. Eagle Wing is already a Divine King. Isn't the competition meaningless?" "HMPH, Fang Chen is the Phoenix clan's consecrator. He ambushed me and seriously injured me. I, Eagle Wing, will never forget this grudge. Since he's no longer here, Star and Moon will repay the debt on his behalf," Eagle Wing said coldly. "You're just a loser who lost to my boss. What are you being so arrogant for?" A disdainful voice came from the sky. Star and Moon and Little Mouse arrived at the square. "I was wondering who it was. So it's that bastard Fang Chen's servant. Who do you think you are? How dare you criticize me here?" Eagle Wing said coldly. Eagle Wing was already furious at the mention of Fang Chen. Now that Little Mouse had spoken, he vented all his anger on Little Mouse. "You're just a clown. If my boss were here, he'd destroy you in a matter of minutes," Little Mouse said arrogantly. "Didn't you want to challenge my sister-in-law? Fine, I'll give you a chance. If you can defeat me, you'll be qualified to ask my sister-in-law to fight. Otherwise, you'll only be fit to carry my boss's shoes." Little Mouse's words were full of arrogance. Even the Blackbird Divine Emperor furrowed his brows slightly, looking displeased. "Phoenix clan leader, he's just a servant of Fang Chen. How dare he speak so arrogantly? Eagle Wing will teach him a lesson. Do you have any objections?" Emperor Hei Fowl asked. The Phoenix clan leader glanced at Star and Moon, and the latter nodded. "Let's spar," said the Phoenix clan leader. "Trash. Trash, open your dog eyes and watch how I destroy you." As soon as Eagle Wing finished speaking, a terrifying Divine King aura filled the air. Little Mouse wasn't to be outdone. He released his own Divine King aura to fight back against Eagle Wing. "You idiot, you're still so shameless after being defeated by my boss. My boss doesn't even need to do anything. I can suppress you myself," Little Mouse sneered. That enraged Eagle Wing even more, and he attacked with lightning speed. Rumble, in the blink of an eye, Eagle Wing and the Little Mouse began to fight. "Too weak." Little Mouse shook his head. After reaching the Divine King realm, the sky-devouring Divine Rat's innate abilities were strengthened many times over. "Extreme piercing." The Little Mouse shouted in a low voice. The purple light around its body surged and instantly condensed into a sharp purple spear. Whoosh, the seemingly ordinary purple spear pierced through Eagle Wing's attack and pierced his body. "Poochie," a crisp voice rang out. Eagle Wing's body was standing quietly in the middle of the square. His pitch-black eyes were fixed on the Little Mouse. "With your strength, you think you can compete with my boss? Too weak." Little Mouse shook his head. As he withdrew his aura, Eagle Wing's body fell to the ground, his aura withered. Eagle Wing! Emperor He Foul hurriedly shouted. Beside him, the Phoenix clan leader was shocked. Even she felt that the attack that Little Mouse had just used was inconceivable. What kind of attack is that? It seems to be able to penetrate everything, the Phoenix clan leader pondered. Please pay attention. Chapter 1914. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Blackbird Divine Emperor left the territory of the Phoenix clan with endless anger. Originally, he wanted to take revenge with Eagle Wing. Even if he couldn't, he wanted to take the opportunity to humiliate the Phoenix clan. However, Star and Moon didn't even make a move. One of Fang Chen's servants seriously injured Eagle Wing. Blackbird Divine Emperor couldn't accept this fact. Eagle Wing was the strongest of the younger generation of the Demon Bird clan. He survived the previous disaster and stepped into the godly king realm. But now, he was defeated by a beast. Although he wanted to be angry, he couldn't say anything since the Phoenix clan leader had intervened. Star and Moon's situation was relatively stable for the time being. In the Heavenly Bone Palace, Fang Chen's original body was also paying attention to Miehe's movements. Given Miehe's character, he'll definitely hide if I go to such great lengths to find him, Fang Chen said to himself in the garden of the Destruction Mansion. He was the disciple of the Bone Progenitor. Many people valued his favor. There should be many people looking for Miehe. In the vast realm of the gods, if a godly king wanted to hide, it would be difficult to find him. During this time, Fang Chen had been practicing the Phantom Book of Time and Space. Half a year later, Fang Chen cultivated the Phantom Book of Time and Space to the 5th level. Buzz! His body was filled with a strong aura of time and space, which alarmed the Bone Progenitor. Whoosh! The Bone Progenitor appeared immediately. When it saw Fang Chen, its face was full of joy. As expected of the disciple of the Bone Progenitor. This potential is much stronger than your 6 senior brothers. The Bone Progenitor was full of praise for Fang Chen. Greetings, Master. Fang Chen was very respectful to the Bone Progenitor. Excluding the 3 to 4 years when you were heavily injured, you have only cultivated the Spacetime Phantasm Demon Book for a year. Yet, you managed to cultivate it to the 5th level and broke your senior's record, the Bone Progenitor said with a smile. Given your current strength, you should be able to escape unscathed from a divine emperor. After I'm done with the matter in front of you, I'll give you an opportunity. Seeing the mysterious smile on the Bone Progenitor's face, Fang Chen was slightly moved. With the status of the Bone Progenitor, it must be extraordinary to say that it would give him an opportunity. Train well. As for the search for Miehe, it won't be long before we have a clue. After the Bone Progenitor finished speaking, he turned and left. Just as the Bone Progenitor had said, Fang Chen received news of Miehe a month later. The communication jade pendant flickered as Fang Chen opened it. Surprisingly, there was a piece of news that moved his heart. I know where Miehe is hiding. Come to Mirage City and make a deal with me. Without thinking, Fang Chen took the teleportation formation and arrived at Mirage City. Soon, Fang Chen contacted this person and found him. This person was a middle-aged man. Fang Chen found that one of his arms had been cut off and he looked a little embarrassed. You know where Miehe is? Fang Chen asked. Yes, I do know where Miehe is. But for this, I have to pay the price of an arm, the man said. Hearing this, Fang Chen was stunned. He did not expect that his arm was cut off by Miehe. What do you want me to do? Fang Chen asked. Help me destroy a sect, the man said in a low voice. Fang Chen frowned. Destroying a sect, this man's request seemed a little excessive. Don't worry, the overall strength of this sect is not too strong. There is a top divine king expert in the clan. But the most troublesome thing is that this person has some relationship with Unity God Emperor. If you destroy the sect, Unity God Emperor should take action, the man said. Although I want to know the whereabouts of Miehe, you want me to destroy a sect at will. Isn't that too much? Fang Chen said indifferently, somewhat displeased. Fang Chen, no matter what, you are the disciple of the Bone Progenitor and the new Destruction God King. Even Miehe was defeated by you. Destroying this sect is a piece of cake. As long as you agree, I will immediately take you to find Miehek's whereabouts. The man continued, Miehek knows that you are looking for him. Before he has absolute strength, he will not easily appear. If you want to find him, it is like looking for a needle in a haystack. And, the sect I want you to destroy is related to the Holy Light religion. Hearing this, Fang Chen was startled and immediately looked at the man with a complicated expression. What is the name of the sect you want me to destroy? Fang Chen asked. Tianhu Island, in a certain area of the North Sea. The man slowly said, I was the deputy island master of River Heart Island. Our two sects never interfered with each other. However, not long ago, Tianhu Island colluded with the Holy Light religion and destroyed my River Heart Island. I risked my life to escape, but I was not reconciled. I happened to know your mission, so I planned to use your hand to avenge my sect. Heaven does not disappoint those who persevere. In a secret investigation, I actually found Miehek. That Miehek was ruthless and wanted to kill me. Fortunately, I was ruthless and broke an arm to escape, the man said. How do you know that Tianhu Island is related to the Holy Light religion? Fang Chen asked. If Tianhu Island was really related to the Holy Light religion, it was not a big deal for him to destroy it. Of course I know. 100 years ago, I once fought with the remnants of the Holy Light religion. I am familiar with their aura. That day, among the god kings who destroyed my River Heart Island, one of them had the aura of the remnants of the Holy Light religion. Fang Chen pondered for a moment and then said, since Miehek found you, then he will certainly change his location. How can you find him? This was what Fang Chen was most concerned about. My River Heart Island has a secret tracking method. When I fought with him, I attached it to his body. I can sense it. The man said confidently. Fang Chen had made a decision. I can agree to your request, but you have to make sure that I can find Miehek. Of course, after I kill Miehek, I will personally go to the North Sea to investigate Tianhu Island. If they really collude with the Holy Light religion, I will destroy them. However, if what you said is false, then forgive me for being powerless. Fang Chen said the ugly words first. Although he was strong enough to fight against the immortal emperor. However, he would not destroy a force for no reason. Okay. The man nodded heavily and then said, I will take you to find Miehek now. Aren't you afraid that I will go back on my word? Fang Chen asked with a smile. You are a disciple of the bone progenitor, so you still have this bit of credibility. After saying that, the man took Fang Chen and quickly left Virtual City, leaving the territory of the Heavenly Bone Palace. A few days later, Fang Chen arrived at the territory of the Celestial Array family. Miehek is in the territory of the Celestial Array family? Fang Chen was a little surprised. Yes, the last time I found him, he was in a hidden place in the territory of the Celestial Array family. The God King of River Heart Island nodded. In this way, under his lead, they arrived at a hidden valley in a few days. The last time I found Miehek, he was here. The God King of River Heart Island said. Fang Chen spread out his divine sense and found that there was no one in the valley. He left long ago. Fang Chen said. Wait a moment. The God King of River Heart Island closed his eyes and waved his hand, emitting a strange aura. A moment later, he opened his eyes, his face full of smiles. Humph, Miehek is really cunning. The God King of River Heart Island sneered. He didn't go far, he's just nearby. Behind the valley, there was a hidden cave. In the cave, Miehek sat cross-legged. His face was full of a sinister smile. The most dangerous place is the safest place. That God King that escaped would definitely spread the news. After Fang Chen comes here to check and doesn't find any trace of me, he will definitely eliminate this place. Miehek was still proud of his scheme, unaware that danger was coming. Damn the Holy Light religion, they asked me to meet in such a place, but they didn't show up. Miehek said coldly. After I get that treasure, not to mention Fang Chen, even if it's the God King, I won't be afraid. Thinking that soon, he could go out and even kill his enemy Fang Chen, Miehek's heart was very happy. Fang Chen, your good days won't be long. Cherish it. Although you are a bone progenitor, The bone progenitor can't always take care of you. Miehek said secretly. He had already reached an agreement with the Holy Light sect. They would provide him with treasures. After he killed Fang Chen, he would go to the Holy Light sect's lair. That was a truly safe place. Even the top 10 god emperors of the god realm would not be able to find it. However, just as Miehek was thinking, a cold voice came from the void. Chapter 1915. Genius remembers love in 1 second small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Miehertz. A thunderous voice was transmitted into Miehertz's mind. Miehertz, who was hiding in the cave, trembled and immediately looked overjoyed. Is he here? Miehertz thought that the Holy Light religion had come to negotiate with him. He hurriedly stood up and hurried out of the cave. However, when he came out of the cave, he was startled and his face turned completely cold. It's you. When Miehertz saw Fang Chen, his eyes turned scarlet and he was burning with anger. What? You didn't expect it? Fang Chen grinned. Miehertz's eyes fell on the divine king of River Heart Island. He suddenly realized that it must be this person who exposed his whereabouts. Damn it. Miehertz suddenly punched out. Suddenly, the power of the rules of destruction in the void condensed into a terrifying fist radiance, which roared toward the divine king of River Heart Island. Seeing this, Fang Chen waved his hand and directly blocked Miehertz's attack. Then, the divine king of River Heart Island quickly retreated behind Fang Chen. Your opponent is me. Fang Chen looked at Miehertz with a smile, and a trace of cold killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. Boy, even the heavy water of destruction couldn't kill you. You are really lucky. In fact, Miehertz was still quite afraid of Fang Chen. In the previous battle, if he hadn't displayed his strongest trump card at the last moment, he would have died in the hands of Fang Chen. At present, the Holy Light religion hadn't come yet. If he relied on himself, it would be difficult to defeat this person. Therefore, he could only stall for time. Kill. Miehertz roared and displayed a wild storm of destruction, which suddenly attacked Fang Chen. Too weak. In the past few years, Fang Chen's name had been well known. However, it was also a blessing in disguise. Although his realm was still in the Divine King realm, his strength was close to that of a Divine Emperor realm expert. In the face of Miehertz's attack, Fang Chen could easily resist it. His face was full of ridicule. Voila! Fang Chen took out the star-concealing sword and displayed the primordial soul-refining art. He was instantly suppressed. River Heart Island's godly monarch, who was watching from the side, was shocked. As expected of a disciple of the bone progenitor. This level of strength is truly formidable. With Fang Chen's current strength, even among the 6 great Law's God Kings, he could be considered at the pinnacle level. Moreover, his attack power was close to that of a divine emperor. This made the River Heart Island's God King even more excited. The stronger Fang Chen was, the easier it would be to take revenge on the River Heart Island. I'll kill you. Miehertz, who was completely suppressed by Fang Chen, finally could not bear it and fell into madness. He wanted to perish together with Fang Chen. However, in front of Fang Chen's absolute strength, he couldn't even catch a trace of Fang Chen. Poochie, the hidden star sword ruthlessly pierced into Mieho's body. Blood flowed out from the corner of the latter's mouth, and his aura withered. Mieho raised his palm and wanted to fight back. However, he found that the hidden star sword was frantically absorbing the power in his body. His body instantly became extremely weak. It's over. Fang Chen gently pulled out the hidden star sword. Mieho's body unwillingly fell to the ground. A powerhouse of a generation, the former godly king of destruction, ended up like this. Fang Chen glanced at Mieho's body, and then turned around to leave. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt an evil aura in the air. Holy Light religion? Just as Fang Chen was thinking, a voice came from the void. Mieho, we're here. The remnants of Holy Light religion obviously did not expect that Mieho's trace would be exposed. They hurried to join Mieho, but who would have thought that Mieho had already been killed by Fang Chen? Crash. After the voice came, 3 godly kings of Holy Light religion appeared. Their eyes fell on Mieho, and their faces suddenly changed. Who are you? The three godly kings coldly asked. Mieh actually colluded with the remnants of holy light religion. Fang Chen coldly said. He's a disciple of the bone progenitor. Among the three godly kings, one of them recognized Fang Chen, and his face was full of a gloomy smile. A disciple of the bone progenitor? Ha ha ha, the heavens are helping me. So what if he's a disciple of the bone progenitor? Kill him. Mieh had agreed to surrender to their holy light religion. Although he had not yet joined, he could be regarded as half a member of holy light religion. Since he was killed by Fang Chen, the three godly kings naturally wanted to avenge him. Moreover, the person in front of them was a disciple of the bone progenitor. Over the years, the bone progenitor had killed a lot of high-level members of holy light religion. They wanted to take this opportunity to avenge those dead powerhouses. Kill. One of the godly kings growled, and the three godly kings attacked at the same time. Rumble, a terrifying aura instantly spread out. The three godly kings and Fang Chen fought. Bang! Fang Chen activated all the strength in his body and punched the weakest godly king. His body was immediately sent flying. He's very strong. Don't fight him alone. Another godly king shouted. At the same time, he looked at the leader of the godly kings and said in a deep voice, "Why don't you take out your trump card?" This time, they came to find Mieh for two reasons. First, to discuss with him about joining holy light religion. Second, to give him a treasure to deal with the bone progenitor's disciple. Seeing this, the leader of the godly kings knew that Fang Chen was very strong. With a thought, a stone mirror appeared in his palm. This stone mirror was very magical. There were complicated patterns flashing around it, and the mirror was incomparably calm. When the leader of the godly kings injected the evil aura into the stone mirror, ripples suddenly appeared on the calm and tidy mirror. Then, a bright light shrouded Fang Chen. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, the three godly kings laughed. They naturally knew the power of the stone mirror. If a godly king was shrouded by the light of the stone mirror, he would definitely die. Even the godly king of destruction could not escape from the range of the stone mirror. This was also why Mieh was willing to join holy light religion for the stone mirror. In the bright light, Fang Chen felt that his body was bound. What a strange power. This strange power was different from the evil power of holy light religion and the power of martial arts cultivators. It was a new kind of power. Fang Chen found that the bright light had locked onto his body and was further corroding him. I wonder if the time and space phantasm magic book will work. Fang Chen said to himself. Immediately, his body flashed and a rich time and space aura emerged. In an instant, Fang Chen's body escaped into the void. If I don't have the time and space phantasm magic book, I might really die in this stone mirror. Fang Chen sighed. The heavenly realm was vast and full of strange things. For example, this stone mirror was a very strange treasure. Outside the bright light, the leader of the godly kings was constantly maintaining the energy of the stone mirror. The other two godly kings laughed. Being shrouded by the stone mirror, so what if he is the godly king of destruction? Unless he is a godly emperor, he will definitely die. Boss, is this kid dead yet? Another godly king said, the harvest this time is not small. Although Mieh is dead, being able to kill a disciple of the bone progenitor is simply a great achievement. Yeah, maybe the leader will personally summon us. Thinking of this, the three godly kings were elated. The greatest honor for a member of Holy Light Religion was to be summoned by the leader. The leader of Holy Light Religion was an expert who could compete with the top godly emperors of the heavenly realm. No one had ever seen the real face of the leader. But any member who was summoned by the leader would have their strength improved by leaps and bounds. Moreover, their status in Holy Light Religion was extremely high. Idiots. In the void, looking at the three of them, Fang Chen sneered. He quietly came in front of the weakest godly king. Then, without hesitation, he took out the hidden star sword and used the immemorial soul refining art. In order to finish off this godly king in one go, he used all 5 sword moves. Poochie, the godly king who was talking and laughing, suddenly had his chest pierced by a long sword. Splash! Blood splattered across the sky. This godly king died instantly. third brother? Seeing this, the other two godly kings widened their eyes and cried out involuntarily. What is going on? The leader of the godly kings roared in anger. Puchi, the second godly king, was also killed by Fang Chen. At this time, Fang Chen's figure walked out from the void. When the leader of the godly kings saw Fang Chen, it was as if he was in a dream. He shook his head frantically. What? How did you escape from the shackles of the stone mirror? The leader of the godly kings cried out involuntarily. He was a little frightened. Seeing the two godly kings lying on the ground, he held the stone mirror tightly in his hand and kept retreating. Splash! The leader of the godly kings aimed the stone mirror at Fang Chen again. A bright light drowned him. However, this move was useless against Fang Chen. You know that I am a disciple of the bone progenitor and you still use this move? Don't you know that the space-time cultivation system is immune to everything? Fang Chen sneered as he walked towards the leader of the godly kings. Hearing this, the latter's face turned pale. How is this possible? His heart was filled with regret. However, Fang Chen would not give him a chance. He brandished the hidden star sword. The godly kings were unable to resist and were killed by Fang Chen. Whoosh! Fang Chen stretched out his hand and put the stone mirror into his spatial ring. He could feel that the stone mirror was extraordinary. When he returned, he would study it. Perhaps it could increase his combat strength. When Fang Chen turned his head, the godly kings of River Heart Island were already frozen in place. He never dreamed that Ancestor Bone's disciple's strength was actually formidable to such an extent. There is hope for revenge in River Heart Island. After the shock, he was ecstatic. For Fang Chen, killing 4 godly kings was nothing. Especially after he reconstructed his body, he was almost invincible in the godly king realm. However, for the godly kings of River Heart Island, it was extremely shocking. Amazing. The godly kings of River Heart Island did not know how to describe the shock in his heart. After a long time, he spat out 2 words. Let's go. Follow me back to the Heavenly Bone Palace. Fang Chen said. Their figures turned into gusts of wind and disappeared from the place. The information provided by the godly kings of River Heart Island was correct. Therefore, Fang Chen had to fulfill his promise. However, before that, he had to investigate whether Heavenly Lake Island was colluding with the Holy Light religion. If what the godly kings of River Heart Island said was true, then he would help them eradicate Heavenly Lake Island. Please pay attention. Chapter 1916. Genius remembers love in 1 second small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Heavenly Bone Palace, Destruction Mansion. The Divine King of River Heart Island was shocked. He never thought that he would have such a day. One had to know that the Heavenly Bone Palace had a strict hierarchy. Outsiders could not enter the Heavenly Bone Palace's headquarters. How lucky! The Divine King of River Heart Island was extremely excited. He thought that with River Heart Island destroyed, he had no hope of revenge in this life. Who would have thought that he would be able to find Miehi? Tell me the addresses of River Heart Island and Heavenly Lake Island. Fang Chen said. The latter waved his hand, and a stream of light imprinted into Fang Chen's mind. In the next moment, information about River Heart Island and Heavenly Lake Island appeared in Fang Chen's mind. You can stay in my mansion for now. I'll go and investigate. If what you said is true, I'll destroy Heavenly Lake Island. Fang Chen said casually. For him, destroying a divine king's force was very easy. Of course, although he was a disciple of the bone progenitor, he could not kill for no reason. Otherwise, it would cause public anger. However, if the other party was colluding with the Holy Light religion, then there was no need to worry about this. On the same day, Fang Chen took the teleportation array and left the Heavenly Bone Palace. The Heavenly Bone Palace was located in the extreme north of the God Realm. The extreme north was incomparably vast. There were 2 top forces in the God Realm. Other than the Heavenly Bone Palace, there was the Void Temple. With Fang Chen's current status, he directly took the cross-region teleportation array and arrived at the territory of the Void Temple. Then, he took the ordinary teleportation array between cities and arrived at the border of the North Sea. Finally, he took out the Flying True God weapon, turned into a stream of light, and disappeared from the North Sea. This flying true God weapon was given to him by his master, the bone progenitor. Although time and space cultivators were extremely fast, usually, there was no need to use the time and space phantasm demon book to fly. It consumed too much energy. Fang Chen followed the address given to him by the divine king of River Heart Island and arrived at the old site of River Heart Island in half a month. That island in the distance should be River Heart Island, on the magnificent sea surface, Fang Chen said to himself as he stood on his flying true God weapon. Then, he put away the flying true God weapon and entered the void. After a while, Fang Chen came to the sky above River Heart Island and looked down. Judging from their clothes, they should be from Heavenly Lake Island. Fang Chen muttered to himself. There were countless people from Tianhu Island on the River Heart Island. They had already claimed the island as their own. Fang Chen's divine sense spread out and enveloped the core city of the River Heart Island. This city was originally where the island master mansion of River Heart Island was located. Inside the mansion. Old he, how is this River Heart Island? The green-robed old man said with a chuckle. This person was a god king. He was the god king in charge of guarding the River Heart Island. Opposite him sat a god king who was enveloped in black light. Hearing this, the god king in black, who was called Old He, said in a hoarse voice, River Heart Island is just the beginning. There are tens of thousands of islands in the North Sea. It would be great if we could reclaim all of them. Old He, the other islands are not as easy to reclaim as River Heart Island. Some of the islands even have divine Emperor realm experts guarding them. If we are unlucky, we might encounter a hidden Emperor God and our Heavenly Lake Island will be finished, the old man in green said. The God King in black, Old He, also thought of this point. He nodded his head gently and said, Our sect has already investigated. There are no hidden Emperor gods in the North Sea. Heavenly Lake Island can be at ease and reclaim the other islands. As long as you can reclaim 100 islands of God King's forces. Our sect will send divine Emperor realm experts to help you unify the North Sea. Hearing the black-clothed God King hold his words, the cyan-clothed old man's face was filled with an excited smile. Are you serious? Of course. 100 islands of God King's forces shouldn't be difficult for Heavenly Lake Island, right? Work hard. If you want to dominate the North Sea, then listen to my command, the God King in black, Old He, said calmly. It was as if everything was under his control. Old He, don't worry. Everyone in Heavenly Lake Island will listen to your command. The old man in green said, Oh, that's right. Our island master has already led experts to attack another island. He should be able to send back news in 5 days. The old man in black nodded his head. Fang Chen, who was in the void, saw all of this. A cold expression appeared on his face, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Heavenly Lake Island is indeed colluding with the Holy Light religion, Fang Chen said coldly. Although he was sure that Heavenly Lake Island was colluding with the Holy Light religion, he didn't act rashly. Instead, he sent the news to his master, the bone progenitor. If you can solve it, then do as you wish. Don't try to be brave. This was the message sent by the bone progenitor. After Fang Chen heard this, he already had an idea. Whoosh! His figure flashed, and he appeared in the island master's residence. The two god kings were discussing countermeasures, and they would occasionally laugh. The sudden appearance of Fang Chen caused the two god kings' expressions to change greatly. On River Heart Island, there was no third god king other than the two of them. Who exactly was this person? The old man in green suddenly stood up. He stared at Fang Chen and asked coldly, Who are you? Who I am is not important, Fang Chen said calmly. What's important is that Heavenly Lake Island is colluding with the Holy Light religion. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the expression of the God King in black, Old He, changed greatly. Who exactly are you? The God King in black asked coldly. No matter who you are, you must die today. As soon as the old man in green finished speaking, he launched a thunderous attack on Fang Chen. The Holy Light religion was the enemy of the entire God realm. Whoever colluded with the Holy Light religion was the enemy of the entire God realm. Heavenly Lake Island could not bear the name of a traitor. Therefore, Anyone who knew of this information would be killed without mercy. Whoosh! The wild attack whistled toward Fang Chen. Bang! Fang Chen sneered. He casually threw a punch and forced the old man in green to retreat. Too weak. Compared to Miehei, he was too weak. You are courting death. The old man in green's eyes were scarlet. He let out a low roar and launched another powerful attack. At the same time, the God King in black, Old He, also attacked. Whoosh! Fang Chen took out the hidden star sword and used the immemorial soul refining art. Poochie! The unimaginable sword strike had killed the old man in green. The God King in black, Old He, quickly retreated. At the same time, his eyes were filled with horror. Unparalleled swordsmanship. You are the disciple of the bone progenitor, Fang Chen? The God King in black, Old He, cried out involuntarily. When the bone progenitor accepted a disciple, the Holy Light religion had personally investigated Fang Chen. They knew that this person's swordsmanship was unparalleled and his strength was extremely strong. It's too late to know now. Fang Chen chuckled. He once again used the immemorial soul refining art's destructive sword move. You, the experts of the religion, will not let you go. The God King in black, Old He, wanted to send a message back. However, it was too late. What greeted him was a fierce and overbearing sword. After killing the two God Kings, Fang Chen floated in the air. His voice contained the power of a true god. He said, "The God King of Heavenly Lake Island has betrayed the God realm and colluded with the Holy Light religion. Since you don't know anything, quickly retreat. Otherwise, you will be killed without mercy." The gods patrolling the River Heart Island were scared out of their wits when they heard this news. In a moment, the River Heart Island was empty. What is the Holy Light religion trying to do? Fang Chen frowned and said to himself. Then, his figure flashed and disappeared from the River Heart Island. Not far from the River Heart Island, there was an island called Black Bear Island. The God King of Heavenly Lake led many gods to attack the Black Bear Island. God King of Black Bear, surrender. The God King of Heavenly Lake floated in the air and said in a deep voice, "Your Black Bear Island cannot withstand the attack of our Heavenly Lake Island. If you continue to resist, you will end up like the River Heart Island. Heavenly Lake, we have always minded our own business. Why is your Heavenly Lake Island doing this to us?" On the Black Bear Island, the God King of Black Bear was somewhat angry. "Because our Heavenly Lake Island wants to dominate the North Sea." The God King of Heavenly Lake laughed. "Island Master, we would rather die than submit." "Yes, Island Master. Even if we die, we will drag Heavenly Lake Island down with us. The people of Black Bear Island will only stand and die. We will not surrender and become traitors." Suddenly, the people on Black Bear Island were filled with righteous indignation and roared in anger. Seeing this, the God King of Heavenly Lake spread out his hands and said, "Black Bear, do you want to watch these people who support you fall into a pool of blood one by one?" Chapter 1917. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by little. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The Black Bear Island was also a God King force, and the strongest person was the Black Bear God King. Love Go Little Say, Chu the Heavenly Lake God King led the Heavenly Lake Island army and surrounded the Black Bear Island. Either they surrendered, or they would be completely destroyed like the River Heart Island. As the two sides confronted each other, the Heavenly Lake God King waited for the Black Bear God King to speak. It would be best if he could take over the Black Bear Island without shedding any blood. After all, he did not want the heavenly gods of the Heavenly Lake Island to suffer too many losses. In the previous battle against the River Heart Island, they had suffered great losses. At this moment, countless heavenly gods on the Black Bear Island were filled with righteous indignation and would rather die than submit. Seeing this, the Heavenly Lake God King's face gradually darkened. In that case, from today onwards, the Black Bear Island will disappear from the God realm, the Heavenly Lake God King said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, the Heavenly Lake Island's experts released their powerful auras and prepared to attack. Heavenly Lake God King. Suddenly, a thunderous voice sounded in the void. Then, Fang Chen's figure appeared in the middle of the confrontation and stared at the Heavenly Lake God King. The atmosphere on the Black Bear Island side was very solemn, and they were ready to fight to the death. However, when they saw the figure that suddenly appeared, they were stunned for a moment. "Who are you?" The Heavenly Lake God King frowned and asked coldly. The Heavenly Lake Island colluded with the Holy Light religion and betrayed the God realm. "And you, the Heavenly Lake God King, actually dared to lead an army to besiege the Black Bear Island. I would like to know who gave you such courage. Is it the Holy Light religion?" Fang Chen did not answer the question. Hearing the 3 words Holy Light religion, the people of the Black Bear Island were stunned. Then, the Black Bear God King said, "Heavenly Lake God King, you betrayed the human race and colluded with the Holy Light religion. You're talking nonsense." The Heavenly Lake God King's face changed as he roared angrily. Fang Chen's words directly shook the morale of the heavenly gods of Heavenly Lake Island. Love Go Little Say, Chu they looked at each other with complicated expressions. Colluding with Holy Light religion and betraying the God realm. This was a great crime that could lead to the execution of all 9 generations of their families. They did not dare to bear the responsibility. Island Master, after some restlessness, one of the heaven gods finally gathered his courage and asked, "Island Master, is what he said true?" Bang! The Heavenly Lake Divine King was burning with rage. He suddenly slapped the heavenly deity who asked the question. Crack! The heavenly god died instantly. The Holy Light religion is the enemy of the God world. How could I, the Heavenly Lake God King, collude with the Holy Light religion? This brat is deliberately smearing the reputation of our Heavenly Lake Island. Tianhu God King looked around and said in a deep voice. At the same time, his pitch-black eyes stared fixedly at Fang Chen. "We can't let this kid continue." Tianhu God King thought to himself. Once Tianhu God King revealed his collusion with the Holy Light religion, he would be finished. Could it be second brother? God King Tianhu suddenly thought of second brother, who was guarding River Heart Island. He secretly transmitted a message to second brother. However, there was no reply from second brother. Did something happen to second brother? Suddenly, Tianhu God King's face turned completely gloomy. This person was obviously targeting their Heavenly Lake Island. No matter who he was, he would die without a doubt. "Brat, you slandered my Heavenly Lake Island. I want you dead." Tianhu God King growled. A terrifying power erupted from his body as he rushed toward Fang Chen. Although Tianhu God King was slightly stronger than the old man in green clothes. However, there was still a large gap between him and Mere Hex. "Brother, thank you for standing up for our Black Bear Island. However, Tianhu God King is very strong. You should leave as soon as possible." Black Bear God King cupped his fists and said, "I will lead the people of Black Bear Island and try my best to stall for time. You should leave quickly." Hearing this, Fang Chen did not care about Tianhu God King's attack. He turned to look at Black Bear God King. "Black Bear God King, do you believe what I said?" Fang Chen asked. Black Bear God King nodded heavily. "Of course I believe. Colluding with the Holy Light religion is a capital offense." Fang Chen said with a smile. "Be careful." At this moment, Tianhu God King's attack was blocked. Black Bear God King shouted a warning. Boom! The Tianhu Divine Monarch's all-out punch landed heavily on Fang Chen's body. "Ha ha ha, let's see if you can survive after being hit by my punch." Tianhu God King was secretly delighted when he saw that Fang Chen did not dodge. At the same time, he increased the power of his fist, wanting to completely destroy Fang Chen. However, contrary to Tianhu God King's expectations, a bright smile appeared on the latter's face. "Too weak." Fang Chen spat out 3 words clearly. Tianhu God King was a little stunned. However, he did not have the chance to think about the meaning of Fang Chen's words. Poochie, the hidden star sword steps appeared in the void. A cold light flashed and Tianhu God King's head was directly chopped off. Bang! Then, Fang Chen stomped on Tianhu God King's head and crushed his primordial spirit. This scene stunned the Sky Celestials on Sky Lake Island, who were about to make a move. What was going on? Who could tell them what was going on? This was a God King, not a weakling. Chopping off his head with a sword and then crushing it with a stomp. Was there a more exaggerated method than this? Everyone's hearts were surging with waves of shock. The sky gods of Tianhu Island could not help but tremble. After the shock, their eyes were filled with vigilance. They kept retreating for fear of angering the Demon King. On the other hand, the people of Black Bear Island, including Black Bear God King, stared at Fang Chen in shock. Is he a god emperor? Black Bear God King thought to himself. However, he knew that he was deceiving himself. He could clearly sense the aura of a god king from the other party. In other words, the other party was really just a god king. However, the fighting strength that he had displayed was not inferior to a god emperor. Roar! After a short moment of shock, deafening cheers erupted from Black Bear Island. Everyone regarded Fang Chen as an unparalleled god of war. The excitement in their hearts was unparalleled. Tianhu God King colluded with the Holy Light religion without permission. He deserves to die. Since you are not aware of this, leave Tianhu Island quickly. Otherwise, you will suffer the same fate as Tianhu God King. Fang Chen's voice drifted over Black Bear Island. The sky gods of Tianhu Island were already terrified. After hearing Fang Chen's words, they seemed to have grasped at the last straw of hope. Senior, thank you for not killing us. Many of the sky gods were grateful to Fang Chen. It should be known that such an expert could kill them as easily as blowing off dust. From this point, it could be seen that Fang Chen was not a bad person. The sky gods of Tianhu Island felt relieved. In the blink of an eye, they left this demonic place. However, Tianhu God King still had some loyal followers. To be more precise, they had been brainwashed. Kid, you dare to kill Tianhu God King. You are dead meat. That's right. We want to avenge Tianhu God King. These sky gods surged with sky god power as they tried to encircle Fang Chen. The word fear did not exist in their minds. They were only blindly loyal to Tianhu God King. Poochie, facing such people, Fang Chen naturally would not be merciful. He raised his sword and slashed down, killing them all. At this point, Tianhu Island's forces had collapsed. The smell of blood still lingered in the sky. Fang Chen turned around and looked at Black Bear God King. Black Bear God King, Tianhu Island's forces have collapsed. However, just in case, please personally lead the people of Black Bear Island to Tianhu Island to make sure that no one escapes. Okay, no problem. Black Bear God King woke up from his daze and hurriedly cupped his fists. Now that Tianhu Island's forces had collapsed, there was no need for him to stay here. By the way, if you are willing, you can take over Tianhu Island. With that, Fang Chen's figure disappeared into thin air. Whoosh! The entire Black Bear Island was filled with cheers. Island Master, is he the unparalleled god of war sent by the heavens to save our Black Bear Island? Ha ha ha, the rise of our Black Bear Island is not far away. What a joke! Tianhu God King actually wanted to destroy our Black Bear Island. Now, not only has he fallen, but Tianhu Island has also collapsed. If we take over Tianhu Island, the forces of our Black Bear Island will expand again. Hearing the excited voices of his subordinates, Black Bear God King's deep eyes looked at the distant horizon. Although he did not know who this young God King was, he knew that this matter was very complicated. After all, it was a matter of great importance to the Holy Light religion. Chapter 1918. A genius remembers love in 1 second. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Heavenly Bone Palace, Destruction Mansion. The Divine King of River Heart Island had been waiting anxiously. Although Fang Chen's strength was obvious to all, he was invincible among the Divine Kings. However, Heavenly Lake Island had colluded with the Holy Light religion. If the Holy Light religion caused trouble, the consequences would be unimaginable. It's been so long, why is there still no news? The Divine King of River Heart Island paced back and forth in the garden. Whoosh! Fang Chen's figure suddenly appeared out of thin air. Divine King of Destruction. When the Divine King of River Heart Island saw Fang Chen, he was overjoyed. He hurriedly ran over and asked, "Has Heavenly Lake Island been destroyed?" After asking this question, he felt that he was being a little impudent. "I'm sorry. The revenge of the sect has been reverberating in my mind." "Me too." Fang Chen waved his hand to indicate that it was okay. He could understand. I've already investigated Heavenly Lake Island colluding with the Holy Light religion. Oh, by the way, I destroyed Heavenly Lake Island. Hearing this, the Divine King of River Heart Island was stunned. He had been hoping that the Divine King of Destruction would help him take revenge. However, now that his dream had come true, he could not feel happy. The atmosphere in the air was a little heavy. After a long while, Fang Chen interrupted the Divine King of River Heart Island's contemplation. As long as you are alive, there is hope for River Heart Island to rise again. Now that Heavenly Lake Island has been destroyed, River Heart Island has regained its freedom. If you are ambitious, you can return to River Heart Island and rebuild. Thank you for your help, Divine King of Destruction. River Heart Island is my home. Even if I die, I will return, the Divine King of River Heart Island said in a deep voice. Fang Chen nodded gently. The Divine King of River Heart Island reminded him of his family in the lower realm. However, he shook his head gently. When he left, he had already arranged everything. The sacred land of the human race would protect Green Bamboo Island. Thinking about it, no one in the lower realm could threaten Green Bamboo Island. This way, he could cultivate in peace. His journey had been bumpy, but in the end, he had reached the Divine King level. He was still a distance away from the God Emperor realm, but he firmly believed that he would succeed one day. You can go back. I've already greeted the Black Bear Divine King. If you have any problems, you can ask him for help. Fang Chen said. No words could express the gratitude River Heart Island's godly monarch felt towards Fang Chen. The illusory Great Void Temple. The Bone Progenitor was playing chess with the Taishu Emperor in the pavilion. The Bone Progenitor held black, while the Taishu Emperor held Shirako. When it was the Bone Progenitor's turn, he picked up a black piece and carefully observed the chessboard. Finally, he placed it in a very hidden corner. Ha ha ha, Bone Progenitor, your chess skills have improved again. Emperor God Taishu chuckled. How do you expect me to play chess with you in the future? The Bone Progenitor had learned how to play chess from the Taishu Emperor, but the Bone Progenitor was naturally intelligent and quickly learned how to play chess. Moreover, after playing chess with the Taishu Emperor for so many years, his chess skills had surpassed the Taishu Emperor's. The Bone Progenitor's move was a stroke of genius, and even the Taishu Emperor was impressed. I'm not as strong as you, and I'm not as good as you in chess. Sigh, I'm getting old. Emperor God Taishu sighed. Taishu, your chess skills are very good too. The Bone Progenitor laughed. The result had been decided on the chessboard, and there was no need to continue. The two of them looked at each other and laughed. However, at this moment, the Taishu Emperor suddenly froze and looked at the Bone Progenitor in disbelief. What's wrong? The Bone Progenitor asked. Bone Progenitor, I admire you more and more. Emperor God Taishu laughed. What is it? The Bone Progenitor asked, puzzled. The problem that has been troubling us was solved by your disciple. The Taishu Emperor said, I just received news that your disciple went to the North Sea for some unknown reason and destroyed a contact of the Holy Light religion. This caused the Holy Light religion to reveal themselves, and they escaped after being severely injured by the people of the Taishu temple. Oh, why did this kid go to the North Sea? The Bone Progenitor was surprised to hear this. During this period of time, the Holy Light religion had been hiding in the North Sea, and the two emperor gods had been thinking about how to deal with them. If the two of them were to take action, it would definitely attract the attention of the Holy Light religion. However, they had not found a suitable candidate, and had been discussing it. They did not expect Fang Chen to solve such a big problem by accident. How was the harvest? The Bone Progenitor was more concerned about the harvest this time. The harvest was unprecedentedly great. The Holy Light religion lost 30 divine kings and 7 divine emperors. Moreover, the Taishu Emperor said with a smile. Moreover what? Moreover, we also found the largest and most important stronghold of the Holy Light religion in the North Sea. According to our preliminary understanding, this stronghold should be one of the 5 strongholds of the Holy Light religion. The Taishu Emperor said, now, it's time for us to take action. One of the 5 strongholds of the Holy Light religion, that was quite amazing. It was worth the Bone Progenitor and the Taishu Emperor to take action personally. Beautiful. Even the usually calm bone progenitor could not help but be excited. Let's go quickly. South Sea, Antarctic continent. In the territory of the Phoenix clan, Fang Chen's original body had arrived, and he had merged with his avatar. I have found Miehi and killed him. Now, I'm here to take you to the Heavenly Bone Palace. Fang Chen looked at his wife, Star and Moon, and said softly. Star and Moon gently nodded, and did not have any objections. Boss, you're finally here. I'm bored to death. Little Mouse said while jumping up and down. Xiao Huang and the other two could not wait to leave the South Sea. I'll go tell the Phoenix clan ancestor. Fang Chen found the Phoenix clan ancestor and told him what had happened. The Phoenix clan ancestor gladly agreed and praised Fang Chen. Fang Chen, when I first saw you, I admit that I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to give me such a big surprise. The Phoenix clan ancestor laughed. Yes, who would have thought that the gold medal of the Phoenix clan would become the disciple of the bone progenitor of the god realm? Moreover, he killed Miehi with his own strength and became one of the new god kings of the 6 great laws. If you have time, you can return to the Phoenix clan at any time. The Phoenix clan ancestor said. Fang Chen nodded and clasped his fists. Thank you for taking care of my wife during this time, ancestor. I'll take my leave first. Fang Chen left the territory of the Phoenix clan with Star and Moon and the other 4. When he was about to return to the land of the god realm, he met Emperor God Xiao Luo. The latter looked at Fang Chen with a strange expression. Senior Emperor God Xiao Luo. Fang Chen took the initiative to speak. He felt that Emperor God Xiao Luo seemed to be feeling guilty for driving him away. Senior, you sent me away from the South Pole continent for my own good, Fang Chen said. If there's anything I can help you with in the future, I'll definitely do it without hesitation. Emperor God Xiao Luo heard and smiled. Once again, they came to the territory of the South Tomb Sword Palace, Black Sword City. Boss, why don't you wait for a few days before leaving? Little Mouse said with a smile. What's wrong? Fang Chen asked. The 4 of us have broken through to the Divine King realm and we haven't fought yet. We're itching for a fight, Little Mouse said. That's right. This is the South Tomb Sword Palace's territory. Back then, the God of Death Emperor almost took our boss's life. No matter what, we should collect some interest. Goldie also supported the Little Mouse's words. Seeing Fang Chen hesitating, Xiao Hai and Pangolin started to persuade him. However, at that moment, a shout attracted Fang Chen's attention. On the streets of Black Sword City, there were people coming and going. In a certain area, a woman in black was furious. Opposite her, there was a Divine King expert. As a Divine King expert, it's your honor to lower yourself and speak to you like that. Don't fail to appreciate my kindness. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences, the Divine King expert threatened. Deacon Li, you're a deacon of the South Tomb Sword Palace. Why are you forcing a disciple of a heaven god like me? The woman in black said helplessly. Humph, you still know that you're a disciple of the South Tomb Sword Palace? Then, you should know that I'm the deacon who controls all the disciples of the South Tomb Sword Palace. If you go against my words, the punishment hall won't let you off, Deacon Li sneered. The woman in black heard and her body trembled. She knew the punishment hall of the South Tomb Sword Palace very well. Fang Chen, who was far away, saw the woman in black and smiled faintly. Then, he said, Are you ready? Your chance to strike is here. Chapter 1919. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little. Say net, providing you with wonderful novels to read. Teacher, have you ever thought about what would happen if the sacred light religion leader broke through? Fang Chen asked. Love go little say W. Chu. This was a huge matter that concerned the life and death of the deity world. The moment the sacred light religion leader broke through to the cosmos god realm, the deity world would be finished. The bone progenitor sneered, how could it be so easy to break through to the cosmos god realm? We, the 10 great god emperors, have stepped into this realm for countless years. Who could take that final step? Furthermore, we have discovered that the sacred light religion leader seems to require a large amount of faith energy to break through. The surviving members of the Sacred Light religion are hiding in the deity world, and they are constantly taking in believers for the sake of the faith energy. Until now, we know that the Sacred Light religion has 5 major strongholds in the deity world. These 5 strongholds are the largest and have deity emperors guarding them. The bone progenitor said, but currently, we have only discovered 1 stronghold. We know nothing about the other strongholds. Fang Chen felt his heart trembling. Wasn't the Sacred Light religion's methods too powerful? Not only did they set up their base in the primal chaos void, they even hid in the 5 strongholds in the deity world. They actually managed to hide from the 10 great god emperors. Suddenly, the bone progenitor changed the topic. These matters are handled by the god emperors. You don't have to care about them. The reason I called you here today is because I have something to tell you. Teacher, please speak. Fang Chen said. Do you know where your 6 senior disciples have gone? The bone progenitor asked. If the chapter display is incomplete, please wait a few seconds or refresh. Chapter 1920. Genius remembers love in 1 second small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The 5 most dangerous places in the divine world were recognized by the top 10 immortal emperors. It was not comparable to those ordinary dangerous places in the lower bound. The reason why Fang Chen chose the sword tomb was because of the golden heart and sword principle inheritance. He had already obtained 5 types of sword principle inheritance from Jiu Yuan, and there was no news about the last inheritor of destiny. He hoped to gain something from this trip to the sword tomb. After chatting with his master, the bone progenitor, for a long time, he returned to the destruction mansion. 3 days later, a piece of news spread in the bone palace. Fang Chen wanted to challenge the inner palace elders. He had not been an outer palace elder for long, and he wanted to challenge the inner palace elders. One should know that the inner palace elders were all divine emperor realm experts. There were only 36 inner palace elders in the bone palace, representing 36 divine emperor realm experts. Hearing this news, the top 10 disciples were shocked. Especially senior brother Mo and the others, they could not believe their ears. More than 10 years ago, Fang Chen was like them, competing for the top 10 disciples. Now, in the blink of an eye, he was challenging the inner palace elders. This disparity made senior brother Mo feel rather uncomfortable. Soon, the Bone Palace gave a reply and agreed to Fang Chen's challenge. After all, the 36 inner palace elders were all divine emperor realm experts. Fang Chen did not dare to challenge them rashly. This time, after careful selection, he decided to challenge Elder Ku, who was at the bottom of the list. This person's strength was weaker than the other divine emperors. On this day, in the martial arts practice field, there was a sea of people. 72 outer palace elders were all present. Elder Mo, do you think this Fang Chen can succeed in the challenge? It's impossible. He is too weak to challenge the inner palace elders. That's not necessarily true. Don't you know Fang Chen's current divine king title? An elder said in a deep voice. Suddenly, the other elders looked at each other. Yes, they subconsciously thought that Fang Chen was still a young outer palace elder who had just become an outer palace elder. However, he had already become one of the 6 divine kings. The God King of Destruction was the God King with the strongest attack power. Among the 72 elders of the outer palace, who is qualified to compete for the title of Supreme God of Destruction? The elder questioned. The other God Kings lowered their heads. This was indeed a question worth pondering. Look, Fang Chen is here. Suddenly, a voice sounded. Everyone's eyes fell on Fang Chen. Under everyone's gaze, Fang Chen walked step by step onto the martial arts stage. Not long after, Elder Ku also arrived. Elder Ku was dressed in a black robe. His face was solemn as he stared at Fang Chen cautiously. Elder Ku, I'm sorry for offending you this time. Fang Chen cupped his fists and said. Elder Ku was also taken aback when he heard that. He did not expect that Fang Chen, a disciple of the bone progenitor, would be so polite to him. Thinking of this, Elder Ku's face softened a little. He then smiled and said, There's no such thing as offending or not offending. You are an outer palace elder. If you want to become an inner palace elder, you naturally have to challenge the weakest one. That way, You will have a better chance. Elder Ku said with a smile. He admitted that he was the weakest among the 36 inner palace elders. This was how one's strength was. It was useless no matter how much one bragged. He was not as honest as Elder Ku. Moreover, his opponent was a disciple of the bone progenitor, the strongest among the younger generation in the divine world. He also wanted to see how strong Fang Chen was. It's great that Elder Ku thinks this way. Fang Chen said with a smile. Both sides are fighting. Don't hurt anyone intentionally. The one in charge of the battle was an inner palace elder. He glanced at the two of them and said in a deep voice. As soon as he said begin, the atmosphere on the martial arts stage became solemn. Whoosh! Elder Ku was the first to release his divine emperor aura. The wild aura swept across the entire martial arts stage. What a wild true god force! He is indeed a divine emperor expert. Fang Chen could not help but exclaim when he saw it. Although his strength was comparable to a divine emperor. However, at least in terms of the density of real god power, it was far from comparable. This was not a matter of strength. It was a difference in nature. After all, he was a divine king expert and not a divine emperor. Be careful. I'm going to attack. Elder Ku warned. In an instant, a ball appeared in Elder Ku's palm. Within the ball, there was a deafening sound. Wild true god power was gushing into the ball crazily. Immemorial soul-refining skill. Fang Chen did not dare to be careless. He immediately displayed the 5 major sword moves of the immemorial soul-refining skill. Swoosh! 5 incredible sword lights, carrying terrifying power, whizzed out and attacked Elder Ku. Go! With a flick of Elder Ku's wrist, the ball in his palm shot out and violently collided with the 5 sword lights. Boom! When the two collided, a terrifying power spread out. Fang Chen did not intend to use the immemorial soul-refining skill to end the battle. When the two collided, he immediately displayed the Soul Path Divine Technique, 1,000 leaf needles. Whoosh! Thousands of embroidery needles gathered in an instant. The sky above the martial arts stage suddenly became dark and oppressive. This is a Soul Path Divine Technique. This young man's swordsmanship is already so good. He is also proficient in Soul Path Divine Techniques. Amazing. Yes, the bone progenitor's vision is still sharp. No matter the result of this battle, Fang Chen's potential will be recognized. Many outer palace elders of the Bone Palace exclaimed and discussed in low voices. Elder Ku did not panic in the face of thousands of embroidery needles. Instead, he became calmer. An iron rod appeared in his palm. He exerted a little force and the iron rod smashed into the dense embroidery needles. Crack! The embroidery needles made a cracking sound when they hit the iron rod. They all collapsed. True God weapon. Fang Chen could feel that Elder Ku's iron rod was at least an upper-grade true God weapon. Although there were many embroidery needles, they were powerless in the face of an upper-grade true God weapon. It seems that I can only resort to trickery. Fang Chen used the Time and Space Phantasm demonic book. An extremely rich time and space aura emerged around him. Then, his figure escaped into the void. Elder Ku was shocked to find that he could not capture Fang Chen's trace. A time and space cultivator? Elder Ku smashed the last remaining embroidery needles in the sky with his rod. At the same time, the terrifying ball exploded in an instant, perishing together with the 5 sword lights. Elder Ku's face changed dramatically. He was not talented enough. He could not become a time and space cultivator. It was a pity. The Time and Space Phantasm demonic book has been cultivated to such a level. This time, not only were the outer palace elders shocked, but also the inner palace elders. Such a young divine king, not only was his sword Dao talent outstanding, his soul Dao talent was also heaven-defying. Moreover, the most important thing was that he was a time and space cultivator with excellent potential. Many elders were dumbfounded, shocked in their hearts. How could there be such a monstrous genius in the world? Whoosh! Fang Chen's body kept changing. Using the power of the Time and Space Phantasm demonic book, Fang Chen kept changing his position. At the same time, he was also sneaking up on Elder Ku, making Elder Ku somewhat flustered. Finally, In one of Elder Ku's mistakes, Fang Chen's star-concealing sword gently pressed against Elder Ku's back. Immediately, Elder Ku's body trembled slightly. Immediately, the aura on his body dissipated directly, and he stopped attacking. I lost. Elder Ku hung his head, somewhat disappointed. Losing to a divine king, this was something that he never thought of. Elder Ku, I just resorted to trickery. If we were to fight head-on, I might not be Elder Ku's match, Fang Chen said modestly. Elder Ku shook his head and said, if we were to fight on the battlefield, I would be seriously injured if not dead. Finished talking, Elder Ku swaggered off, leaving behind the shocked crowd in the martial arts practice field. Everyone looked at Fang Chen with burning eyes. On this day, Fang Chen created a legend. From today onwards, Fang Chen will replace Elder Ku as the Skybone Palace's Inner Palace Elder. When the Inner Palace Elder in charge of the challenge announced the result, the entire Skybone Palace exploded. Everyone was discussing Fang Chen, this monstrous genius who rose like a comet. At the same time, everyone directly asserted that Fang Chen was the future hope of the Skybone Palace. He might even become an Emperor God powerhouse like the Bone Progenitor in the future. Inside the Destruction Mansion, the four guys were laughing and fooling around. Boss, wherever you go, you don't forget to be in the limelight. Little Mouse joked. Yes, yes, yes. Chapter 1921. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? I'll provide you with interesting novels to read. After settling the matters of the Skybone Palace, Fang Chen prepared to head to the territory of the South Tomb Sword Palace. Love go little say W. Chu. His destination was the second most dangerous place in the divine world, the Sword Mound. The Sword Mound was where most of the strongest swordsmen of the past dozen epochs were buried. Fang Chen hoped that he could obtain some swordsman's legacy to improve his swordsmanship understanding. Only then would he have a chance to enter the Divine Emperor realm. Originally, Fang Chen wasn't willing to bring anyone, but Little Mouse and the other three insisted on following him. They even said that there were many divine emperors of the South Tomb Sword Palace in the Sword Mound. Once they found out that Fang Chen was there, they would definitely think of ways to take revenge. The four of them could also help their boss. At the same time, Star and Moon was a little worried about Fang Chen. You can cultivate in the Destruction Mansion without worry, Fang Chen said to Star and Moon. The latter nodded slightly. Only sword cultivators could enter the Sword Mound. Star and Moon couldn't go even if they wanted to. Moreover, her mystic yin phoenix physique had fully awakened and needed to be strengthened. Fang Chen led Little Mouse and the other three out of the Skybone Palace quietly and headed to the territory of the South Tomb Sword Palace. What? Fang Chen became the youngest inner disciple of the Skybone Palace? South Tomb Sword Palace, Death Park. The Death God Emperor's face was gloomy. The surroundings were filled with a dense aura of death. It was very frightening. The person who just spoke was his junior brother, the Evergreen Divine Emperor. The latter knew that his senior brother hated Fang Chen. Therefore, when he heard the news about Fang Chen, he immediately informed the Death God Emperor. Indeed, it was as he had guessed. After the Death God Emperor heard the news, he was furious. That lucky bastard. If he dares to come to the territory of the South Tomb Sword Palace, I will definitely kill him, the Death God Emperor said coldly. Senior brother, don't be rash. This child is a disciple of the Bone Progenitor and an Inner Palace Elder of the Skybone Palace. If you do this, you will incur the wrath of the Bone Progenitor. The Evergreen Divine Emperor hurriedly advised. You saw it when the Bone Progenitor removed the mark of death. He forbids you from attacking his disciple. The Evergreen Divine Emperor said. Bang! The Death God Emperor slammed his fist onto the stone table, his face filled with rage. Junior brother Evergreen, pay attention to Fang Chen's every move, the Death God Emperor said slowly. Senior brother, don't worry. As long as I have news of him, I will inform you immediately. The Evergreen God Emperor nodded slightly. In fact, the God realm had been relatively peaceful for the past tens of thousands of years. The battle between the South Tomb Sword Palace and the Celestial Bone Palace was just a small skirmish. If it was tens of thousands of years ago, Fang Chen would not have dared to step into the territory of the Sword Palace of the South Tomb without permission. However, things were different now. The two major powers had reached an agreement and would not act rashly. Through the regional teleportation array of the Celestial Array family, Fang Chen once again arrived at the territory of the Sword Palace of the South Tomb. "You guys hide," Fang Chen said to Little Mouse and the other three. After all, the Sword Tomb was beside the Sword Palace of the South Tomb. Moreover, only sword cultivators could enter. If Little Mouse and the other three wanted to enter, they could only rely on Fang Chen. "Boss, be careful. I'm worried that the Death God Emperor will attack," Little Mouse warned. "Don't worry, I know what to do." Fang Chen nodded. Then, Little Mouse and the other three hid on Fang Chen's body. Whoosh! Fang Chen took out his flying-type True God weapon and turned into a ray of light as he flew towards the Sword Palace of the South Tomb. The extreme south was divided into the North region and the South region. The North region was very small and there were some sects that were very weak sects. On the other hand, the South region was very big and it covered almost 80% of the extreme South region. In the middle of the South region, there was a Sword Mountain. The Sword Palace of the South Tomb was built on the Sword Mountain. The Sword Mountain was very famous in the entire divine world. It was said that Emperor God Swordless had invited a few Sword Principal Emperor Gods to build the Sword Mountain. The few Sword Principal Emperor Gods, including him, used their own Sword Principal aura to form huge swords. Every huge sword was inserted into the ground and they were piled up one by one. It was said that the few Sword Principal Emperor Gods worked together and spent 100 years to build the Sword Mountain successfully. From then on, the Sword Mountain became the sacred cultivation ground in the hearts of all sword cultivators in the divine world. On the sword wounds, there was a strong Sword Principal aura. Even an ordinary sword cultivator would be able to improve their sword Dao attainments after stepping onto Sword Mountain. The Sword Palace of the South Tomb was located at the peak of the Sword Mountain and it was very vast and majestic. A few days later, Fang Chen arrived at the foot of the Sword Mountain. Looking from afar, Fang Chen felt an extremely shocking Sword Principal aura. How extravagant! Fang Chen couldn't help but exclaim. He had long heard that the Sword Mountain was formed by countless huge illusory swords. But now, Fang Chen couldn't see any signs of the illusory swords piling up. It was as though all the illusory swords had merged into one. Every illusory huge sword was formed by the Sword Principal Emperor Gods using their own sword chi. It contains some Sword Principal Emperor Gods' comprehension of Sword Principal. The Sword Mountain formed by the accumulation of so many huge illusory swords is like a world of its own. The Sword Principal aura in the internal space is terrifying, Fang Chen said faintly. The golden heart in his body was beating rapidly and it was very active. It seemed to be attracted by the Sword Mountain. No wonder so many sword cultivators want to step on the Sword Mountain, Fang Chen muttered to himself. It was a pity that he was enemies with the Death Emperor of the South Tomb Sword Palace. Otherwise, he really wanted to step on the Sword Mountain to take a look. Trying hard to suppress the shock in his heart, Fang Chen retracted his gaze and looked at an ordinary mountain beside the Sword Mountain. The entrance of the Sword Tomb? Looking at the ordinary mountain, Fang Chen's eyes shrank. The mountain looked ordinary, but it was actually formed by a huge sword. On the peak of the mountain, there was an entrance that was so small that it couldn't be seen with the naked eye. There was a strong Sword Principal seal at the entrance. "Let's go and take a look." Fang Chen was overjoyed. He activated the Spacetime Illusion Demon Book and quickly climbed up the mountain. Vroom! An ancient and simple Sword Principal aura came towards him. Sword Tomb. Fang Chen looked at the entrance of the Sword Tomb with a burning gaze. He was even more excited. There were some Divine King experts at the entrance of the Sword Tomb. They were discussing softly. Although they wanted to enter the Sword Tomb to look for opportunities, they didn't have the courage to do so. "Go in." Fang Chen didn't say anything and went straight into the entrance of the Sword Tomb. The Sword Principal seal at the entrance of the Sword Tomb suddenly opened. However, after sensing the Sword Principal aura on him, they let him in. "Do you know him?" someone asked. "No, he's very young. He seems to be a newly promoted Divine King." A newly promoted divine king dares to enter the sword tomb? He must be tired of living. Hey! Now that you mention it, why do I feel that he looks familiar? A white-robed divine king said doubtfully. Who? The others looked over and asked curiously. The white-robed divine king tried his best to recall. Suddenly, a figure appeared in his mind. It's him. The white-robed divine king exclaimed, the disciple of the bone progenitor, the youngest elder of the Sky Bone Palace, Fang Chen. What? It's him. The news of the bone progenitor's disciple, Fang Chen, entering the sword tomb spread like wildfire. It was immediately sent to the South Tomb Sword Palace. When the Evergreen Divine Emperor received the news, he was also stunned. However, a meaningful smile soon appeared on his face. Senior brother Death will definitely be interested in this news. After saying that, the Evergreen Divine Emperor quickly went to the Death Park. Senior brother Death. The Evergreen Divine Emperor called out. The Death Chi surrounded the Death God Emperor. He seemed to be cultivating. Junior brother, what's the matter? Although his junior brother was a divine emperor, the Death God Emperor treated him well. He would never put on airs in front of him. If it was any other divine emperor who interrupted his cultivation, they would definitely be furious. Senior brother, I have a piece of good news for you, the Evergreen God Emperor said with a look of joy. Good news? Yes. Do you still remember that I came to look for you a few days ago? The Evergreen Divine Emperor asked. The Death God Emperor nodded. A few days ago, he came to talk about Fang Chen. You have news? The Death God Emperor asked. The Evergreen Divine Emperor nodded heavily and said, Senior brother, your chance for revenge is here. I just received news from the entrance of the Sword Tomb. Fang Chen entered the Sword Tomb not too long ago. What? Hearing this, the Death God Emperor stood up immediately. This was definitely good news for him. Please visit and bookmark this site to read the latest novel. Chapter 1922. Genius 1 second. Remember love go little? I'm here to provide you with interesting novels to read. He had just entered the Sword Tomb and had no idea what was going on here. The heaven-destroying godly emperor was an old fox. Fang Chen wanted to know what was going on in the Sword Tomb from the heaven-destroying godly emperor. Therefore, he was not in a hurry to attack the heaven-destroying godly emperor. Heaven-destroying godly emperor, tell me the truth. I'm an elder of the Heaven Bone Palace and a disciple of the bone progenitor. I'm not qualified to work with you. I don't understand. Who in the divine world is qualified to work with you? Fang Chen said with a smile. An elder of the Heaven Bone Palace? A disciple of the bone progenitor? The heaven-destroying godly emperor was shocked. He knew that the Heaven Bone Palace was one of the 7 top forces in the divine world. There were only 36 elders of the Heaven Bone Palace and all of them were in the divine emperor realm. However, the person in front of him was only in the divine king realm. How could he be an elder of the Heaven Bone Palace? Moreover, he said that he was a disciple of the bone progenitor. Humph, you're lying. The heaven-destroying godly emperor did not believe him. Why would the bone progenitor accept you as a disciple? Moreover, the elders of the Heaven Bone Palace are all in the divine emperor realm. How could you, a mere divine king, become an elder of the Heaven Bone Palace? Fang Chen spread his hands and said, Heaven-destroying godly emperor, should I say that you're smart or stupid? The heaven-destroying godly emperor did not speak. His dark eyes stared at Fang Chen. What I just used was clearly the bone progenitor's self-created space-time disguise system divine skill. You can't be here too, right? In the divine world, who else could have such a concealment technique other than space-time cultivators? Fang Chen said. Fang Chen's words shocked the heaven-destroying godly emperor. He carefully recalled the situation just now and was shocked. Love go little say Chu could he really be a disciple of the bone progenitor? The more the heaven-exterminating divine sovereign thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. The latter's face was filled with indifference, and it did not seem like he was lying. Are you really a disciple of the bone progenitor? Heaven-exterminating godly emperor asked. You've been in the Sword Tomb for too long. If you go out and ask around, you'll know. Fang Chen said with a smile. How is it? If you trust me, work with me. After pondering for a moment, the heaven-destroying Divine Emperor's eyes revealed a complicated look. Whoosh! Suddenly, the heaven-destroying Divine Sovereign struck. He gathered all of his strength into his fist and punched towards Fang Chen through the void. When the latter saw this, he instantly understood that the heaven-destroying Divine Emperor was testing his strength. He was not qualified to cooperate with the heaven-destroying Divine Emperor. Break! Fang Chen muttered softly. Crack! His fist collided with heaven-exterminating Godly Sovereign's fist and immediately dissipated the latter's attack. Thud, thud, thud. Powerful the impact caused the heaven-destroying Divine Emperor to involuntarily take a few steps back. At this moment, the heaven-destroying Divine Emperor's eyes were filled with seriousness. For the first time, he regarded Fang Chen as a Divine Emperor, and a powerful one at that. I believe you, said the heaven-destroying Divine Emperor. Divine King realm cultivation and fighting strength comparable to a Divine Emperor. It was possible for the bone progenitor to accept such a monstrous genius as a disciple. Moreover, his space-time cultivation system would not lie. Even the elders of the Bone Palace might not necessarily believe him. Taking a deep breath, the heaven-destroying Divine Emperor tried hard to suppress his excitement and said, I'll work with you. That's fine, but you have to promise me. I have a condition. What condition? Asked Fang Chen. I have an enemy in the Sword Tomb. You need to assist me in killing my enemy. Otherwise, I won't work with you. The heaven-destroying Divine Emperor said, This is your first time in the Sword Tomb, so you're not familiar with it at all. How important is this information to you? You should know. Fang Chen frowned. You want me to help you kill someone? Fang Chen said in a low voice. Then you have to tell me. Me, who is your enemy? I can't go against another Divine Emperor for no reason. Although he was not afraid of ordinary Divine Emperors with the Space-Time Phantasm Demon Book, he could not help casually. If the heaven-destroying Divine Emperor went against someone else. My enemy is the South Tomb Sword Palace's Sword and Divine Emperor. You just have to help me hold them back, said the heaven-destroying Divine Emperor. When he mentioned Sword and Divine Emperor, there was a strong killing intent in his voice, and he did not hide it at all. Hearing this, Fang Chen was a little surprised. If it was another Divine Emperor, it would be fine. Sword and Divine Emperor. Fang Chen muttered. Okay, I agree. Your condition, said Fang Chen. But you have to tell me everything you know. Everything about the Sword Tomb. Me. Good. Heaven-exterminating Divine Sovereign grinned. Next, Fang Chen listened quietly to the heaven-destroying Divine Emperor's introduction. The Sword Tomb was a world of its own, and it was very big. In this vast Sword Tomb, there were a total of 3 areas, namely the King's Tomb, the Emperor's Tomb, and the Emperor's Tomb. From its literal meaning, one could understand that the so-called King's Tomb was the tomb where the Sword Dao Divine King was buried. The Emperor's Tomb was the tomb where the Sword Divine Emperor was buried. As for the Emperor's Tomb, it was the tomb where countless Sword Divine Emperors were buried. It was also the most eye-catching place in the Sword Tomb. Emperor's Tomb? Fang Chen was a little surprised. The King's Tomb is the most common one, and it can be seen everywhere. We are now at the edge of the King's Tomb. Once you step into the King's Tomb area, you will see the tombs. The heaven-destroying Divine Emperor said, when Divine Emperors enter, they will usually look for opportunities in the Emperor's Tomb area. Although there are Sword Divine Emperors buried in the Emperor's Tomb area. But after countless eras, there are some monstrous Divine Emperors whose fighting power is comparable to Divine Emperors. Their understanding of Sword Dao is beyond the scope of ordinary people's understanding. A few million years ago, someone obtained a unique divine skill in the Emperor's Tomb area and broke through. He reached the Divine Emperor realm. The heaven-destroying Divine Emperor sighed. All the experts who entered the Sword Tomb were there to improve their cultivation and break through. To reach the legendary Divine Emperor realm. For this, they would do anything. Of course, opportunities and dangers coexisted. The Sword Tomb was extremely dangerous, especially in the Emperor's Tomb and the Emperor's Tomb. However, the Emperor's Tomb is also very dangerous. Ordinary Divine Emperors would almost certainly die in there. Even the top divine emperors would have a slim chance of survival. The heaven-destroying divine emperor continued. He said, "What is the source of the threat?" Fang Chen asked. Countless sword divine emperors are buried in the emperor's tomb. Their resentment after death has formed a kind of terrifying resentful spirit. As long as it senses the fluctuation of aura, the resentful spirit will attack. The heaven-destroying divine emperor said, "The means of attack of the resentful spirit are the means of the deceased when they were alive. It is incredible. Many divine emperors were killed by the resentful spirit and died in the emperor's tomb. Therefore, under normal circumstances, people enter the emperor's tomb in groups. If you enter alone, you will not be able to withstand the resentful spirit's attack." The heaven-destroying divine emperor continued. He added, "The resentful spirit is so powerful. Is there no way to resist it?" "There is a way, but it is very difficult. Unless you are recognized by the owner of a tomb, you will not be protected by the resentful spirit in the tomb," the heaven-destroying divine emperor said. Hearing this, Fang Chen finally understood. The sword tomb was more dangerous than he had imagined. However, wasn't this better? Fighting with the resentful spirits was like fighting with the ancient divine emperors. Their swordsmanship was unimaginable. He should be able to learn a thing or two from them during the fight. The emperor's tomb is already so dangerous. What about the emperor's tomb? Fang Chen asked with interest. Speaking of the emperor's tomb, even the heaven-destroying divine emperor's face changed slightly. His body trembled as if he had fallen into a terrifying memory. After a long while, the heaven-destroying divine emperor said slowly, "Let me put it this way. The emperor's tomb is a dead end. Anyone who enters will die." "How do you know?" "Because I was lucky enough to see the scene in the emperor's tomb." The heaven-destroying divine emperor sighed. It was fortunate that he was able to leave alive. "Oh." Fang Chen was even more curious. "At that time, I carefully entered the emperor's tomb and received the recognition of the owner of a tomb. I received the sword Dao inheritance. Under the protection of the resentful spirit, I was very far away from the emperor's tomb," the heaven-destroying divine emperor said. "That scene is unforgettable. My emperor god-level resentful spirit killed several divine emperors who entered the emperor's tomb." "Emperor god-level resentful spirit?" Fang Chen cried out. "Friend, you can search for and find me immediately //. Please pay attention." Chapter 1923. Genius 1 second. Remember love go little. We provide you with interesting novels to read. Even celestial the Arch-realm experts would gradually disappear after experiencing the baptism of heaven and earth for countless years. However, there were legendary celestial the Arch-realm vengeful spirits in the emperor's tomb. A universe epoch was about 10 billion years. Countless epochs. God knows how many years had passed. Only an unimaginably dangerous place like the sword tomb could allow vengeful spirits to maintain their peak fighting strength. Fang Chen's heart trembled when he heard about celestial the Arch-realm vengeful spirits. It was no wonder that the heaven-destroying godly emperor's face turned grave when he mentioned the emperor's tomb. "Has anyone entered the emperor's tomb before?" Fang Chen asked. The heaven-destroying godly emperor nodded and said, "In our universe epoch, only one person has successfully walked out of the emperor's tomb alive." "Celestial the Arch-swordless?" Fang Chen asked. "That's right. It's the master of the South Tomb Sword Palace, Celestial the Arch-swordless." The heaven-destroying godly emperor had a complicated look in his eyes. The emperor's tomb was extremely dangerous even for Celestial the Arch-realm experts. However, Celestial the Arch-swordless had walked out of it safely. Celestial the Arch-swordless must have obtained something unimaginable in the emperor's tomb. "The emperor's tomb is too far away from us. You'd better not think about the emperor's tomb. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death," the heaven-destroying godly emperor reminded. Fang Chen grinned. Although his strength was comparable to a celestial the Arch-realm expert, he wasn't arrogant enough to think that he could be compared to a celestial the Arch-realm expert. "Don't worry. I won't be reckless," Fang Chen said. "How do I enter the emperor's tomb?" The emperor's tomb wasn't very attractive to Fang Chen. Only the emperor's tomb could evoke Fang Chen's thoughts. "Just follow me," the heaven-destroying godly emperor said. The two of them discussed for a while and finally decided to enter the emperor's tomb first. This was because the heaven-destroying godly emperor's enemy, the sword, and celestial the arch of the south tomb, were both in the emperor's tomb. Love Go Little Say W, Chu Sword Tomb, 3 Graveyard Region. Under the lead of the heaven-exterminating divine sovereign, the two of them hurriedly crossed the boundless swamp. Crack. One day, Fang Chen and the heaven-exterminating divine sovereign were about to leave the endless swamp. Suddenly, a beautiful flower emerged from the lifeless swamp. It carried a terrifying aura as it squeezed towards Fang Chen. Bang! In his panic, Fang Chen threw a punch at the beautiful flower. Then, he borrowed the force to move his body to the side. Be careful, that's the swamp death vine. Heaven-exterminating divine sovereign warned loudly. While they were talking, Fang Chen was already fighting with the beautiful flower. The enchanting flower opened its huge petals as if it wanted to swallow Fang Chen whole. The petals contained a terrifying aura of death, which was exactly the same as the aura above the swamp. Poochie. In the end, Fang Chen used the archaic soul-refining art to slash the beautiful flower in half. If you want to enter the king's tomb, you must pass through the boundless swamp, heaven-exterminating divine sovereign explained as he walked. In the endless swamp, there are many terrifying swamp death vines. These swamp death vines are different from the man-eating vines. It has a terrifying attractive force. Once you are wrapped by its petals, it will corrode your body. Most importantly, the swamp death vines can freeze a real god's primordial spirit. Fang Chen's heart shook when he heard this. At first, he thought it was similar to the man-eating vines. However, after hearing the heaven-exterminating divine sovereign's explanation, he finally had a new understanding of the swamp death vines. The one you just encountered is very weak. It's probably at the level of a divine king. Love Go Little Say Net, Chew. If we encounter a divine emperor realm swamp death vine, we will be in trouble, heaven-exterminating divine sovereign said. However, after saying that, heaven-exterminating divine sovereign seemed to have thought of something. He chuckled and continued, however, you are a disciple of the bone progenitor and a space-time cultivator. You can travel through the void at will. I think even a divine emperor realm swamp death vine is not much of a threat to you. Fang Chen nodded slightly with a smile on his face. Heaven-exterminating divine sovereign's analysis was right. The swamp death vine was not much of a threat to him. However, if you encounter a swamp death vine that is more difficult to deal with, don't leave me behind. You can travel through space-time at will, but I can't. Heaven-exterminating divine sovereign said, I can deal with an ordinary divine emperor realm swamp death vine. However, if a few of them are too strong, I will be in danger. Don't worry. Since we are partners, I will do my best to help you, Fang Chen promised. Hearing Fang Chen's promise, heaven-exterminating divine sovereign was finally relieved. I estimate that we will be able to enter the tomb in about 2 hours, heaven-exterminating divine sovereign said. The two figures turned into flowing light and traveled rapidly above the boundless swamp. Splash! At a certain edge of the boundless swamp, the deathly silent boundless swamp suddenly trembled for a moment. Then, a terrifying whirlpool appeared in the swamp. In the whirlpool, a strong death chi gradually spread out. The sky above the boundless swamp was dead silent. It was very depressing. When the whirlpool spun at its maximum speed, a 7-colored vine tree slowly grew out from it. The moment the 7-colored vine tree appeared, the sword principal aura within 100 meters slowed down. Poochie. At this moment, a weak swamp death vine appeared near the 7-colored vine tree. In an instant, the 7-colored vine tree opened its petals and swallowed the swamp death vine. After swallowing the swamp death vine, the aura around the 7-colored vine tree became even more evil. After a while, the 7-colored vine tree continued to look for its next target. At this moment, Fang Chen and heaven-exterminating divine sovereign were rushing over. Soon, I can already see the tomb. Heaven-exterminating divine sovereign looked into the distance and was overjoyed. Traveling through the boundless swamp was very dangerous. The slightest carelessness could lead to death. Fortunately, they were about to leave. Don't underestimate the danger of the boundless swamp. Seeing Fang Chen's calm face, Heaven-exterminating divine sovereign said, I heard from others that they have seen God Emperor Realm swamp death vines in the boundless swamp. God Emperor Realm? Fang Chen was shocked. God Emperor Realm swamp death vines were already very difficult to deal with, but there were God Emperor Realm swamp death vines. Those swamp death vines are called vine kings. Under normal circumstances, they are rarely encountered. There are only 2 or 3 of them in the entire boundless swamp. Heaven-exterminating divine sovereign said, the vine kings are very powerful. Moreover, there are almost no swamp death vines in their area. Why is that? Fang Chen was puzzled. Because the vine kings feed on the swamp death vines of their own kind. Heaven-exterminating divine sovereign said. Isn't the vine king also a swamp death vine? Why would it feed on its own kind? Fang Chen asked, puzzled. Heaven-exterminating divine sovereign was not too surprised. After all, the divine world was big and full of strange things. This is very normal. Don't you know about the royal ant tribe? Don't they also devour their own kind to become the real royal ant? Heaven-exterminating divine sovereign used the royal ant tribe as an example. Fang Chen instantly understood. I see. At the same time, Fang Chen was secretly on guard. If he encountered the vine king, he would run away without hesitation. Hiss hiss hiss, faint voices could be heard from the void. Suddenly, heaven-exterminating divine sovereign wanted to say something but stopped. His face gradually turned serious. What's wrong? Fang Chen felt that something was wrong and asked hurriedly. It seems that there are powerful swamp death vines approaching us. Heaven-exterminating divine sovereign had stayed in the sword tomb for a long time and was more familiar with some special situations. Let's go. Heaven-exterminating divine sovereign urged. At the same time, he increased his speed, wanting to rush out of the boundless swamp. However, when he saw the whirlpool that suddenly appeared in the boundless swamp in the distance, his face turned pale with a whoosh. Oh no, it's the Vine King. Heaven-exterminating divine sovereign shouted. Almost at the same time, he fled into the distance. Whoosh. In the whirlpool, the Vine King's petals opened and swallowed a nearby swamp death vine. Then, the Vine King discovered Fang Chen and heaven-exterminating divine sovereign. The Vine King's movement speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Fang Chen. You go first. I'll stay behind. Fang Chen took out the hidden star sword and slashed at the Vine King without hesitation. Bang! The sound of metal colliding was heard. The Vine King was enraged. The petals contained terrifying power and directly enveloped Fang Chen. Chapter 1924. Genius remembers love in 1 second small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. So strong. Fang Chen felt numb between his thumb and index finger. A fine crack had appeared on the blade of the hidden star sword. He took a deep breath and looked up at the Vine King not far away. The Vine King seemed to have sensed that a human was provoking it. The aura of death around it was incomparably dense. Fang Chen felt his scalp go numb. He did not have the courage to attack the Vine King. Run. The heaven-destroying godly sovereign had already escaped a large distance away. He anxiously transmitted his voice to Fang Chen. Boom! The Vine King's petals suddenly shrouded Fang Chen. Whoosh! Without any time to think, Fang Chen immediately used the time-space phantasm demon tome. In an instant, the Vine King's petal attack missed and Fang Chen appeared behind the Vine King. Immemorial soul refining art. Fang Chen fiercely threw out 5 major sword moves. Then, his figure flashed and quickly escaped. Crack! The 5 major sword lights were directly destroyed by the Vine King. A furious roar was heard from the petals. Suddenly, countless branches stretched out from the swamp within 100 miles. The goal of these branches was very clear. They were there to stop Fang Chen and the heaven-destroying godly sovereign. Not good. The heaven-destroying godly sovereign, who was about to rush out of the swamp, was blocked by the branches. He set up a sword Dao array. Countless giant swords swooped down and slashed at the branches. Bang bang bang, the branches were too hard. The giant swords could not cut them. Damn it. The heaven-destroying godly sovereign cursed and was ready to fight to the death. However, before he could make a move, Countless branches had already wrapped around his body tightly. Go! After seeing that the heaven-destroying godly sovereign was bound, Fang Chen immediately used the time-space phantasm demon tome and came in front of the heaven-destroying godly sovereign. He tried his best to help the heaven-destroying godly sovereign break free. Rumble! Be careful! The heaven-destroying godly sovereign shouted. However, it was too late. The Vine King's means were unimaginable. How could a mere godly king resist? Fang Chen's body was submerged by the petals of the Vine King. It's over. Helplessness was written all over heaven-destroying divine sovereign's face. His eyes were filled with despair. Being swallowed by the petals of the Vine King meant certain death. Even god-emperors would find it hard to escape once they were swallowed by the petals. Fang Chen felt like his head was spinning, and his head was shaking non-stop. Bang! Suddenly, he felt his body being squeezed and locked down, unable to move. Damn it! Fang Chen clenched his fists and activated his perfect sword body. He used the immemorial soul-refining art and even the 1,000 leaf needles, but it was to no avail. This was the Vine King's body, and the restrictive power was too strong. My primordial spirit. Fang Chen felt his essence soul tremble as the Vine King targeted his essence soul. Am I going to die here? Fang Chen muttered to himself. Dong. All of a sudden, the golden heart in his body began to beat rapidly, as if it had sensed danger. Buzz. In an instant, with the golden heart as the core, Fang Chen's body was wrapped in a layer of golden light. Woo woo woo. The Vine King, who was about to devour this human, trembled when it sensed the aura of the golden light. It looked at Fang Chen in disbelief, and its heart trembled even more when it sensed the familiar aura. Your body has a familiar aura. An intermittent voice came from the Vine King's body. Fang Chen knew that the vine was talking to him. A familiar aura. At this moment, the restraints on Fang Chen's body disappeared, and he regained his freedom. Golden light. Who are you to him? The Vine King's voice came again. Fang Chen's heart trembled, and his eyelids twitched. This was because he had discovered something unbelievable. The Vine King recognized Jiyu Yuan's aura. In other words, the Vine King had seen Jiyu Yuan before. You know my master? Fang Chen asked tentatively. Sure enough, after the Vine King heard Fang Chen's words, the power in its body became chaotic, and it seemed to be very excited. After a long time, the Vine King spoke again. Back then, the person who was shrouded in golden light saved my life. I will never forget his aura for the rest of my life. Now, Fang Chen was almost certain that the man shrouded in golden light that the Vine King was talking about was Jiyu Yuan. However, I only sensed 5 familiar auras on your body. Why aren't they complete? The Vine King was a little puzzled. Senior Vine King, the person you're talking about is my master, Fang Chen said hurriedly. The Vine King fell silent, as if it was thinking about something. After a while, it asked, then, is your master well now? Fang Chen shook his head and told the Vine King the truth. His master had left the universe to pursue a higher level of martial arts. The Vine King fell into his memories and said slowly, back then, I had yet to become the Vine King. When I encountered danger in the sword tomb, it was your master who casually saved me. Although he didn't care at all, I have always remembered this matter in my heart. If it weren't for your master, I wouldn't be who I am now, the Vine King said. Now, there are 3 Vine Kings in the entire endless swamp. Although the other 2 Vine Kings are ostracizing me, at least I have a foothold. I didn't expect that after countless years, I would actually be able to meet my benefactor's disciple. It's really fate. The Vine King felt incomparably carefree as he finished speaking. He would never be able to repay his benefactor's kindness in this lifetime. Since he had met his disciple, it was just the right time to repay his kindness. Since you are my benefactor's disciple, I naturally won't make things difficult for you, the Vine King said. Fang Chen was overjoyed when he heard this. He didn't expect his master, Jiyu Yuan, to have come to the sword tomb before. Moreover, he had coincidentally saved the Vine King's life. Thank you, Senior Vine King. Fang Chen cupped his fists and thanked him. You don't have to thank me. I'm just repaying your kindness, the Vine King said. I see that your cultivation is only at the godly king realm. However, your combat strength is comparable to a godly emperor. Even so, there are dangers everywhere in the sword tomb. However, I can give you a promise. I can help you 3 times while you are in the sword tomb. I can agree to any request, the Vine King said. However, I can't leave the endless swamp. At first, Fang Chen was overjoyed when he heard the Vine King's promise. He even wanted the Vine King to escort him into the Emperor's tomb to investigate. However, the Vine King couldn't leave the endless swamp. Perhaps this was the uniqueness of the sword tomb. However, after thinking about it for a moment, even if the Vine King couldn't leave the endless swamp, a godly Emperor Realm Vine King was still quite a deterrent. Imagine if he encountered an enemy he couldn't defeat. He could beat the enemy at their own game and lure them to the endless swamp so that the Vine King could deal with them. When he thought of this, Fang Chen was secretly delighted. His face was filled with an excited smile. You can leave now, the Vine King said. I hope you can get what you want. Senior Vine King, the one outside is my friend. I wonder if you can let him go as well? Fang Chen asked. Yes. In the sky above the endless swamp, the heaven-destroying godly emperor was entangled by the vines. He had already given up on resisting and was ready to enjoy the taste of death. However, something unexpected happened. Suddenly, the vines that were entangled around his body and immobilized him fell off on their own and disappeared into the endless swamp. This, the heaven-destroying godly emperor, who had regained his freedom, opened his eyes wide in disbelief. At this moment, Fang Chen also appeared. The heaven-destroying godly emperor looked as if he had seen a ghost. He stared at Fang Chen and sized him up. The Vine King had disappeared the moment he released Fang Chen. Therefore, the heaven-destroying godly emperor didn't understand how Fang Chen had escaped from the Vine King. You didn't kill the Vine King, did you? The heaven-destroying godly emperor stared at Fang Chen with his eyes wide open. Fang Chen was stunned for a moment before he said, Are you daydreaming? I'm just a godly king. How can I kill a godly Emperor Realm Vine King? Then, weren't you sucked into the Vine King's body? How did you appear here safe and sound? The heaven-destroying godly emperor asked. It was just an illusion that was sucked into the Vine King's body. I used an illusion to lure the Vine King away. Fang Chen lied. He didn't want the heaven-destroying godly emperor to know about his relationship with the Vine King. Amazing. The heaven-destroying godly emperor gave Fang Chen a thumbs up. He was full of admiration. Let's go. If the Vine King returns, we're dead meat, Fang Chen said in a low voice. The heaven-destroying godly emperor nodded quickly. The Vine King was too strong. He was already traumatized. Chapter 1925. Genius remembers love in 1 second small. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. Soon, the two crossed the endless swamp and came to the king's tomb area. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, there was a rustling sound in the air, and the whole world suddenly became extremely oppressive. Inside Fang Chen's body, the golden heart was beating rapidly. The air was almost full of terrifying sword chi. At a glance, there was a tomb almost every few days. There was a long sword on each tomb. Oppressive, extremely oppressive. It feels so oppressive. Although this was the king's tomb area, Fang Chen felt a lot of pressure. Buzz. Suddenly, the golden heart in his body suddenly left Fang Chen's body and floated in the air. The surroundings were emitting a rich golden sword light. Then, a loud sword chime resounded throughout the king's tomb. The next moment, a shocking scene appeared. At a glance, the long swords on the thousands of tombs in the king's tomb area trembled at the same time. They emitted a series of sword chimes, as if responding to the giant golden sword. Fang Chen widened his eyes and looked at the scene in disbelief. His thoughts seemed to have returned to the time when he was in school on Earth. It was this giant golden sword that changed his life and gave him the achievements he had now. The long swords on the tombs were bent in the direction of the giant golden sword, as if worshipping it. Are the swords bowing? Other than that, Fang Chen could not think of any other adjectives. This scene was too shocking. Even Fang Chen, who had seen countless things, was completely shocked at this moment. Buzz. At the same time that the 10,000 swords bowed, an illusory figure suddenly appeared in each tomb. These were resentful spirits. All the resentful spirits stood in their own tombs, holding the hilts of their swords, directly pulling out the long swords and holding them in the air. Raw, complex and obscure sounds came from the mouths of these resentful spirits. However, Fang Chen could see the excitement on their faces. It was as if, in their eyes, the giant golden sword was the supreme divine object of the sword principle. Feeling the shocking scene, Fang Chen could not help but reach out to touch the giant golden sword. However, when his hand touched the hilt of the giant golden sword, he suddenly grabbed nothing. What's going on? Fang Chen was a little stunned, and immediately reached out again. This time, the giant golden sword disappeared into thin air. Whoosh! The entire king's tomb area regained its peace again, as if nothing had happened. Was it an illusion? Fang Chen hurriedly turned his head to look at the heaven-destroying divine sovereign. The latter was also staring at him strangely. What did you see? Fang Chen asked. There's nothing. I was wondering what had happened to you, said the heaven-destroying divine sovereign. Fang Chen tried his best to suppress the shock in his heart and shook his head forcefully. Only then did he gradually come to his senses. At the same time, he was even more certain that everything he saw was an illusion. Heaven-destroying godly emperor did not see anything. Fang Chen looked inwardly at the golden heart. Although it was beating rapidly, there was no abnormality. Phew, Fang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. His forehead was full of sweat. Why did he see such a shocking scene? Was it real or an illusion? Kid, why do you look so distracted after coming out of the endless swamp? Heaven-destroying godly emperor's voice sounded. Kid, did you become an idiot after being beaten by Vine King? Fang Chen was a little speechless. Let's go, Fang Chen said. Heaven-destroying godly emperor nodded. The king's tomb area was not a threat to them. Even now, heaven-destroying godly emperor still felt a lingering fear. In the endless swamp, they actually met the legendary Vine King. He was really lucky to be able to safely escape from the Vine King's hands. The two of them walked one after another in the boundless king's tomb area. Every time they walked past a tomb, Fang Chen could feel the swords on the tombs trembling slightly. Fang Chen seemed to have sensed something from their reactions. Afraid. That's right, afraid. Could it be that they are afraid of the golden heart? Fang Chen thought to himself. Apart from that, he could not think of any other reason for the swords to be afraid. Whoosh, just as the two of them were walking, a shadow suddenly appeared out of thin air in a tomb in the distance. This is the vengeful spirit. Heaven-destroying godly emperor said. As he spoke, heaven-destroying godly emperor was about to attack the vengeful spirit. However, Fang Chen stopped him. Let me do it. Fang Chen walked in front of heaven-destroying godly emperor and cupped his fists at the vengeful spirit. Senior, we have no intention of disturbing you. We just want to leave this place. It's useless to say that to him. Heaven-destroying godly emperor said. Vengeful spirits did not have any memories or emotions. They were tools for killing. Especially those experts who had deep grudges when they were alive. After death, they would become extremely bloodthirsty and crazy. When they encountered humans, they would attack directly. However, heaven-destroying godly emperor did not expect that the vengeful spirit would disappear into thin air after hearing Fang Chen's words. This works too. Heaven-destroying godly emperor really could not understand how this guy did it. After escaping from the Vine King, he could actually persuade the vengeful spirit to make way for him. Wasn't this too impressive? Kid, you're really something. Heaven-destroying godly emperor laughed. This way, there was no need to attack. The rest of the journey was smooth. They were all Sword Dao experts when they were alive. They were obsessed with Sword Dao. Although they have fallen for countless years, they are worthy of our respect. Fang Chen said softly. In fact, he knew very well that the reason why the vengeful spirit retreated was the golden heart. While talking to the vengeful spirit, Fang Chen secretly activated the golden heart and released some golden aura. After sensing the golden aura, the vengeful spirit disappeared. This further confirmed Fang Chen's conjecture. Not just the vengeful spirit, even the long sword on the tomb feared the golden heart. Actually, it was understandable. The golden heart left behind by cosmos god Jiu Yuan, who stood at the peak of the cosmos, contained his lifetime comprehension of the Tao of Sword. It was supreme, and other Tao of Sword could not compare with it. In front of Jiu Yuan, no one dared to call themselves a sword cultivator. Even godly Emperor Swordless did not have the guts to do so. What you said is right. Heaven-destroying godly Emperor nodded. Suddenly, his expression turned solemn. He sighed, I wonder if we'll be like them after we die. We'll become killing machines like vengeful spirits. The lifespan of a true god is endless. The Great Apocalypse is the end of a cosmos epoch. As long as nothing unexpected happens, true gods will not fall. You are actually worried about this? Fang Chen laughed. Heaven-destroying godly emperor shook his head. The higher one's realm was, the more one would think. No one can live forever. Even god emperors can't say that they can live forever. Heaven-destroying godly emperor said. If one cosmos epoch isn't enough, then 10, 100, 1,000, or even 100 million. There will be a day when we will gradually die. Heaven-destroying godly emperor's words were filled with sadness. If one could not escape death in the end, then what was the point of cultivating? This was a question that heaven-destroying godly emperor had been pondering over. It was also a knot in his heart. Fang Chen was optimistic about this. Who knows what will happen in the future? Fang Chen said, but since we are alive, we have to live every day well. We can't waste it. At least, we have to be strong enough to protect the people we want to protect. Fang Chen had some thoughts about this. The reason why he cultivated so hard was because he wanted to protect his family. Moreover, aren't you worrying too much about this now? Fang Chen patted the heaven-exterminating divine sovereign's shoulder gently and said, let the celestial theaches worry about these things. After hearing Fang Chen's words, heaven-destroying godly emperor no longer thought about it and threw these complicated thoughts to the back of his mind. Kid, you have such thoughts at such a young age. I really don't know how you survived all these years. Heaven-destroying godly emperor shook his head and walked straight ahead. How did I survive all these years? Fang Chen muttered. The road he walked was more difficult than most people. However, he persevered through it. The lower domain was peaceful, his family members were protected, and he found his mother. He found his wife, and he became a bone progenitor disciple. Thinking of this, Fang Chen shook his head, smiled, and followed heaven-destroying godly emperor. Please pay attention. Chapter 1926. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? Here's a wonderful novel for you to read. With the pressure of the Golden Heart's sword principle, there was almost no obstruction in the king's tomb. Love go little say W, Chu the huge king's tomb was empty and there was almost no one here. That was because those who entered the sword tomb were divine emperor realm experts. Godly emperors wouldn't waste their time looking for the inheritances of weaker godly kings. 3 days later, Fang Chen and heaven-destroying godly emperor passed through the king's tomb and stepped into the sovereign's tomb. Buzz. As soon as they entered the sovereign's tomb, they felt a terrifying sword principle aura. At a glance, there were countless tombs quietly standing on the ground as if they had existed since ancient times. Is this the sovereign's tomb? After entering the sovereign's tomb, Fang Chen also felt a sense of oppression. Whoosh, just as he was shocked, a terrifying sword chi suddenly pierced through the sky and rushed toward him. Be careful. Heaven-destroying godly emperor warned loudly as he set up a sword principle formation to block the terrifying sword chi in front of Fang Chen. Crack! The terrifying sword chi was very eerie. The sword light contained a strong corrosive power. Resentful spirit. This was the first time that Fang Chen had seen a divine emperor realm resentful spirit. He was slightly stunned and immediately took out the hidden star sword and slashed out. Immediately, the terrifying sword chi was shattered. Let's end this quickly, heaven-destroying godly emperor said in a deep voice. Fang Chen nodded and did not dare to delay. The two joined forces and trapped the resentful spirit in the middle. Immemorial soul-refining skill. As Fang Chen used the ancient soul-refining ART's destructive sword move, the vengeful spirit was ultimately unable to withstand his attack and was directly dispersed. Let's go. Heaven-destroying godly emperor's face was a little gloomy as he quickly left with Fang Chen. A moment later, countless vengeful spirits had gathered at the place. Furious roars came from their mouths. Whoosh, a while later, Fang Chen and the heaven-exterminating divine emperor arrived at a small hill. There were no tombs around the small hill, so it was relatively safe. What's going on? Fang Chen was somewhat puzzled. However, if the two of them joined forces, they could easily kill the vengeful spirit. Moreover, the sword Dao aura released by the Golden Heart could suppress the vengeful spirit's attack. Do you know what's the biggest taboo in the sovereign tomb? The heaven-exterminating divine sovereign asked Fang Chen. What? Buried in the emperor's tomb are all godly emperors of the Way of the Sword. Although they had perished, their vengeful spirits were often together and knew each other. If you get entangled by a vengeful spirit in the sovereign tomb, it's very likely that you'll be attacked by many vengeful spirits later on. Heaven-exterminating divine sovereign said, although the offensive power of 1 or 2 wraiths is nothing, what if there are 10 or 100 of them? Can you defeat him? Fang Chen was a little stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect there to be such a thing in the sovereign tomb. Fortunately, the heaven-exterminating divine sovereign was more experienced. Otherwise, it was very likely that he would be in danger. However, the sovereign tomb isn't absolutely dangerous. For example, the place where we are now is a safe place. The heaven-exterminating divine sovereign continued, according to the records, there are a total of 36 hills in the sovereign tomb. The sword Dao aura in the sword tomb can't cover the hills. Therefore, when standing on the hills, you won't be attacked by the vengeful spirits. Fang Chen nodded and listened quietly. Actually, people say that the sword tomb is more dangerous. However, the real danger is the human heart. The heaven-exterminating divine sovereign said, it's hard to know what's in a person's heart. Sometimes, the person you think you can entrust your back to may stab you in the back at a critical moment. Therefore, although we're temporarily in an alliance, I'll always be wary of you. The heaven-exterminating divine sovereign said directly. There was a reason why he could survive for so long in the sword tomb. Let's rest here for a while and then go find the godly emperors. The heaven-exterminating divine sovereign said. Fang Chen nodded and was just about to sit down cross-legged. Suddenly, he saw a black dot in the sky. Behind that black dot, there were many vengeful spirits chasing after it. There's someone there. Fang Chen said in a deep voice. The heaven-exterminating divine sovereign raised his head and looked over. His pitch-black eyes were filled with ecstasy. Ha ha ha, the heavens are really helping me. I was going to look for him, but he came to me on his own accord. The heaven-exterminating divine sovereign said excitedly. When Fang Chen heard the heaven-exterminating divine sovereign's words, he knew who it was. He carefully sized up the godly emperor. There was a sword-shaped symbol on the latter's collar. He was the godly emperor of the South Tomb Sword Palace. Moreover, he was the enemy sword and godly emperor that the heaven-exterminating divine sovereign mentioned. He's being chased by vengeful spirits. Fang Chen said. The sword and godly emperor who were being chased by vengeful spirits looked helpless. The 5 vengeful spirits behind them had been chasing after them for several days. Damn it, didn't I just steal a true god weapon from your tomb? Do you have to go to this extent? The sword and godly emperor couldn't help but complain. At the same time, he looked around. If he couldn't find a safe place, the energy in his body would be exhausted. I hope he can hold on. I've already sent a message to the elders nearby. The sword and godly emperor said to himself. Bang! Behind him, a vengeful spirit who was close to him suddenly slashed out an illusory sword and hit the sword and godly emperor's back. Instantly, the sword and godly emperor staggered. However, the sword and godly emperor were godly emperors of the South Tomb Sword Palace. Their strength was extraordinary. Moreover, their reaction speed was outstanding. In an instant, the sword and godly emperor did a somersault and jumped to the side. Then, he used the sword Dao divine skill of the South Tomb Sword Palace and slashed the vengeful spirit with his sword. After the vengeful spirit was hit, it took a few steps back. This gave the sword and godly emperor a chance to escape. He suddenly sped up and flew into the distance. There's a safe place over there. The sword and godly emperor, who thought that there would be a tough battle, saw a small hill in the distance and their eyes widened. Ha ha ha! The sword and godly emperor laughed heartily. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived near the safe place. However, at this moment, he saw the smiling heaven-destroying godly emperor. Heaven-destroying godly emperor, you still dare to enter the sovereign tomb? The sword and godly emperor roared and took a step forward, ready to enter the small hill. Bang! Without saying a word, the heaven-destroying godly emperor slashed out with his sword. The sword and godly emperor were caught off guard and kept retreating. You! Heaven-destroying godly emperor, you dare to stop me? Do you want to die? The sword and godly emperor roared in the air. The vengeful spirits were about to catch up. Once surrounded, even if he didn't die, he would be severely injured. Sword and godly emperor, you deserve this. The heaven-destroying godly emperor sneered. His attitude made it clear that he wanted to stop the sword and godly emperor from entering the small hill. Good, very good. I'd like to see how you're going to stop me from entering the small hill. The sword and godly emperor was furious. At the same time, he waved the sword in his hand and the sword Dao aura around him vibrated. Whoosh! A cold light cut across the sky and slashed toward the heaven-destroying godly emperor on the small hill. Oh no! The heaven-destroying godly emperor exclaimed in his heart and exchanged a look with Fang Chen. The latter performed the immemorial soul-refining art and joined forces with the heaven-destroying godly emperor to disperse the sword and godly emperor's attack. Kid, who are you? Are you going to stop me? The sword and godly emperor's face darkened. However, as soon as he finished speaking, 5 vengeful spirits rushed up and surrounded the sword and godly emperor. Poochie! A deafening roar resounded through the sky. The sword and godly emperor were surrounded by the 5 vengeful spirits. In just a moment, they were in a sorry state and their blood splattered all over the sky. I can't accept this. The sword and godly emperor roared to the sky. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to the elders nearby, urging them to hurry over. Poochie! After a chaotic battle, the sword and godly emperor finally defeated a vengeful spirit, but they were also severely injured. Hold on. The sword and godly emperor's eyes were scarlet and his face was pale as he gritted his teeth. On the small hill. Shall we strike now? Asked the heaven-destroying godly emperor. Fang Chen shook his head and said, there are still 4 vengeful spirits left. We'll strike when the sword and godly emperor are both injured. Ha ha ha, this is so satisfying. Kid, I realized that my luck is a lot better when I'm with you. The heaven-destroying godly emperor was in a good mood. He grinned and said, I was able to escape from the Vine King. Now, my enemy is surrounded by vengeful spirits right in front of me. This feeling was simply exhilarating. Please pay attention. Chapter 1927. Genius 1 second. Remember love go little? This is a wonderful novel for you to read. The heaven-destroying godly emperor had a grudge against the sword and godly emperor. Otherwise, given the heaven-destroying godly emperor's character, he would not have cooperated with Fang Chen to seek revenge on the sword and godly emperor. Ha ha ha, the sword and godly emperor can't hold on any longer. The heaven-destroying godly emperor laughed. With the help of Fang Chen, the sword and godly emperor could not enter the small hill no matter how hard they tried. However, the sword and godly emperor were besieged and in a sorry state. After all, he was a godly emperor of the South Tomb Sword Palace. His strength was not to be underestimated. Poochie, another terrifying sword light tore through the void and struck a vengeful spirit, instantly dispersing it. There were only 3 vengeful spirits left. The sword and godly emperor gritted their teeth and persevered. Hold on a little longer. Just now, the voice from the communication jade pendant said that they had arrived at this area. They just needed to hold on for another 15 minutes and they would be safe. Sword of Nirvana. The sword and godly emperor suddenly roared in a desperate battle. Then, he threw the long sword in his hand into the sky. In the next moment, a strong death aura emerged from his body. Fang Chen was a little surprised when he saw this. The death aura on the sword and godly emperor was similar to the death god emperor. I wonder how he is related to the death god emperor? Fang Chen thought to himself. He held the hidden star sword in his hand and looked at the cracks on it helplessly. A true god's weapon was at least a lower-grade true god weapon. His hidden star sword was only a supreme-grade heavenly divine weapon. Every time it shattered, it would be tempered by him again. I hope I can gain something this time, Fang Chen said softly. At this moment, something strange happened. The sword and godly emperor's body turned into a black vortex. In the vortex, a terrifying sword aura filled the air. Love Go Little Say, Chew. The terrifying sword aura seemed to be able to tear the godly emperor's body apart. Kill. The Sword of Nirvana was one of the South Tomb Sword Palace's divine sword arts. Furthermore, it was a saint-grade sword Dao divine art created by God Emperor Swordless after he stepped into the God Emperor realm. Moreover, it was suitable for destruction sword cultivators to cultivate. The sword and godly emperor was most proficient in the law of destruction, so he chose to cultivate the Sword of Nirvana. In the void, the black vortex spun rapidly. Huala. The long sword that had been thrown into the sky by Sword and Emperor Shenhuang suddenly swooped down and rushed into the vortex with the power of thunder from the ninth heaven. Boom! A terrifying explosion instantly engulfed the entire land. The three wraiths were instantly drowned by the sword chi. Stop him! Heaven exterminating divine sovereign's face darkened as he roared. Then, he took a step forward and arrived before the black vortex. The true god long sword in his hand pierced into the black whirlpool. Suddenly, angry roars could be heard. Heaven-destroying divine sovereign, I'm going to tear you to pieces. At that moment, Sword and godly emperor had no time to care about heaven-destroying godly emperor. He was trying his best to resist the collapse of the black vortex. Sword of Nirvana. The most powerful part of this divine skill was the black vortex. It used the sword cultivator's body to turn into a black vortex. It provided an endless amount of sword principle energy. Only in this way could the attack power of the black vortex become stronger. If it was destroyed midway, it would most likely collapse completely. The person who used it might even suffer a backlash. Of course, to destroy the black vortex, one had to have a certain level of strength. Otherwise, one would be severely injured or even killed by the backlash. The three wraiths were drowned by the terrifying sword chi. In the blink of an eye, one of the wraiths was destroyed. The remaining two vengeful spirits were also resisting with all their might. It hurts. Heaven-destroying godly emperor felt his hand go numb. The true god long sword in his hand was trembling. In the next moment, he opened his eyes wide and looked at the black vortex. The true god long sword that he was talking about was actually being pushed out piece by piece. Ha ha ha, heaven-destroying godly emperor, with your strength, you want to destroy my black vortex. You're courting death. Sword and godly emperor's sinister laughter could be heard from the black vortex. 1,000 miles away, the two godly emperors of the South Tomb Sword Palace were hurriedly walking. Heh! All of a sudden, they saw a terrifying black vortex appear in the distant sky. Oh no, Sword and godly emperor is using the Sword of Nirvana. He's in danger. After saying that, the two godly emperors looked at each other and quickly darted toward the black vortex. At the same time, near the small hill, the true god long sword in heaven destroying godly emperor's hand was forced out by Sword and godly emperor. His figure quickly retreated. The terrifying sword chi in the black vortex tore the void apart. If heaven-destroying godly emperor had retreated a little slower, he would have been severely injured. Kill. After forcing heaven-destroying godly emperor to retreat, Sword and godly emperor began to focus on dealing with the wraiths. Heaven-destroying godly emperor, who was retreating, staggered. However, Fang Chen appeared in time and supported him. Damn it, the black vortex formed by Sword and godly emperor's Sword of Nirvana is very powerful. Heaven-destroying godly emperor's face turned pale. Fang Chen waved his hand and said, "It's just a paper tiger. It's not a threat. You have a way." Heaven-destroying godly emperor looked at Fang Chen curiously. The latter nodded and said, "When I break the black vortex, you can attack directly." "Okay, no problem." Heaven-destroying godly emperor nodded heavily. At the same time, he was also curious about how Fang Chen would break the Sword of Nirvana attack. Swoosh! Fang Chen used the space-time fantasy demon book and disappeared into the void instantly. Although heaven-destroying godly emperor was prepared, he was still shocked. The black vortex seems powerful, but it's not stable. As long as I shake its foundation, the black vortex will break by itself, Fang Chen said to himself in the void. He walked in the void and soon came before the black vortex. He opened his palm and touched the black vortex. It's up to you, Fang Chen said to himself. Then, the golden heart in his body beat rapidly. The wild golden liquid immediately gushed out and entered the black vortex through his palm. It's indeed useful. Fang Chen grinned. He could feel that the aura around the black vortex was somewhat fearful. Sword Dao suppression. After coming to the sword mound, Fang Chen understood the legendary sword Dao suppression. The golden heart left behind by the cosmos god Jiu Yuan was at the peak of the sword Dao level. It was not something that ordinary divine techniques in the deity world could compare with. Although the sword of Nirvana was strong, it could not be stronger than the golden heart. In the blink of an eye, the golden aura penetrated into the black vortex. Hua la! Fang Chen's figure entered the void and jumped back and forth. Then, he used the immemorial soul refining technique. Destruction sword technique. Destruction against destruction. The entire sky was extremely oppressive. Pu Kai, when the destruction sword technique landed on the black vortex, the golden liquid that penetrated into it instantly exploded. Being attacked from both inside and outside, the black vortex was unable to resist at all and collapsed directly. Ah! A miserable cry came from the collapsing black vortex. Peng! Then, there was a loud sound. In the wasteland, dust flew. The bodies of the sword and the godly emperor fell heavily on the ground. They were heavily injured. Kill. Heaven extermination godly emperor had been waiting for a long time. Seeing this, he attacked without hesitation. No, you can't kill me. The eyes of the sword and the godly emperor turned scarlet as they roared. But it was to no avail. Heaven extermination godly emperor's sword stabbed into the head of the sword and the godly emperor, destroying their primordial spirits. At the same time, the two godly emperors of the South Tomb Sword Palace finally arrived. But they were too late. When they saw heaven extermination godly emperor's sword piercing into the head of the sword and the godly emperor, they gritted their teeth. Stop! One of the godly emperors roared in anger. His figure turned into an after-image as he rushed toward heaven extermination godly emperor. Another deity emperor took out a true god long sword and slashed from a long distance away. A sword light that was 100 feet long suddenly cut through the sky and slashed toward heaven extermination godly emperor. Su, heaven extermination godly emperor retreated to a small hill, barely avoiding the attacks of the two godly emperors. Boom! A huge pit was created in the wasteland in front of the small hill. The attack of the two godly emperors was extremely powerful. Huff huff. The two godly emperors arrived in front of the sword and the godly emperor. Unfortunately, the sword and the godly emperor were already dead. Sword and the godly emperor. The two godly emperors looked at each other before looking at heaven extermination godly emperor. Heaven extermination godly emperor, how dare you kill the people of the South Tomb Sword Palace? No one can save you from heaven or hell. Please pay attention. Chapter 1928. A genius remembers love in 1 second. We provide you with interesting novels to read. Fang Chen sized up the two divine emperors. The corners of his mouth curled up into a disdainful smile. This was the style of the South Tomb Sword Palace. It was very familiar. Divine Emperor Jian and Divine Emperor will not die in vain. Heaven-destroying Divine Emperor will pay with your life. And you must be. Hey! Before the purple-robed Divine Emperor could finish his words, he suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Immediately, his face revealed a look of surprise. You are Bone Progenitor's disciple Fang Chen? The purple-robed Divine Emperor recognized Fang Chen and was extremely excited. Fang Chen? When the blue-clothed Divine Emperor heard this, he stared straight at Fang Chen. A moment later, he burst into laughter. The evergreen Divine Emperor sent a deity Emperor Realm Elder of the Sword Palace of the South Tomb with a message, which was to do everything possible to capture Fang Chen. If they could not capture him, they would kill him. At the same time, Fang Chen's virtual portrait was distributed to everyone. It was a pity that Divine Emperor Jian and Divine Emperor Jian did not receive the message. Otherwise, they would not have died so quickly. The heavens are on our side. If we complete the mission, the Evergreen Divine Emperor and Death Divine Emperor will definitely reward us handsomely, right? The blue-robed Divine Emperor said excitedly. The purple-robed Divine Emperor nodded and said, "Perhaps we can become the Death Divine Emperor's personal servants." The Death Divine Emperor's personal servants had a very high status in the South Tomb Sword Palace. In the South Tomb Sword Palace, there were 2 Vice Palace Masters besides the Palace Master, Emperor Swordless. One of the Vice Palace Masters was the Death Divine Emperor, who was the only Divine Emperor disciple of Emperor Swordless. The other Vice Palace Master was the Black Emperor. Although the Black Emperor was not as famous as the Death Divine Emperor, he was much stronger than the Death Divine Emperor. The Black Emperor had great potential in the sword principle. The Swordless Divine Emperor once said that if the Black Emperor had not taken an extreme path when he was young, he would have been able to reach that level. This sentence was full of praise for the Black Emperor. The Black Emperor had never asked about the matters of the South Tomb Sword Palace. His sword was his life. Other than the 2 great palace masters, there were only the God Emperor's personal attendants. The South Tomb Sword Palace had a total of 3 great God Emperors. The Swordless God Emperor had 5 close attendants and they were all outstanding God Emperors. The Black Monarch was an exception. He did not have a personal attendant, nor did he need one. Next was the Death God Emperor. He had 2 attendants before, but they had died in the battle with the Skybone Palace. For all these years, the Death God Emperor had never recruited any attendants. The 2 Divine Emperors were secretly excited. If they could become the Divine Emperor's personal attendants, their status in the South Tomb Sword Palace would completely surpass all the other Divine Emperors. The 2 of them looked greedily at Fang Chen. "Brat, I didn't expect you to be with the heaven-exterminating Divine Sovereign." "That's good. It saves us the trouble of looking for you." The blue-robed Divine Sovereign sneered. "Are you looking for me?" Fang Chen frowned. "You're truly naive. You've offended the Death God Emperor. Do you think that by sneaking into the Sword Tomb, you won't be discovered by our South Tomb Sword Palace?" The purple-robed Divine Emperor sneered. "The Death God Emperor has given a death order. You won't be able to escape." There were many Divine Emperors from the South Tomb Sword Palace in the Sword Tomb. It was almost impossible for a guy in the Divine King realm to escape. Death God Emperor. Fang Chen clenched his fists tightly. His face was gloomy as he gritted his teeth. Before he came, his master had told him to be careful. "Brat, surrender obediently. Otherwise, you should know the consequences." The blue-robed Divine Emperor threatened Fang Chen. On the small hill, the heaven-exterminating Divine Sovereign heard the conversation between the 3 of them and cursed inwardly. He didn't expect this brat to have a grudge with the Death God Emperor. Now, he had dragged him down. Love go little say W. Chu, however, thinking about it carefully, if it wasn't for him, he wouldn't have been able to take revenge. Looking at the sword and the corpse of the Divine Emperor, the heaven-exterminating Divine Sovereign made a crazy move. "Fang Chen, I can hold off the blue-robed Divine Emperor." The heaven-exterminating Divine Sovereign transmitted his voice to Fang Chen. Fang Chen nodded. As he spoke, he was also carefully sizing up the 2 Divine Emperors. The blue-robed Divine Emperor's strength was relatively weaker. The purple-robed Divine Emperor's strength was slightly stronger. "You just need to hold off the blue-robed Divine Emperor. Leave the rest to me," Fang Chen said. The heaven-exterminating Divine Emperor gritted his teeth. "Let's go all out." At this moment, the 2 Divine Emperors seemed to have noticed Fang Chen's aura fluctuation. "It seems that you're not going to surrender," the blue-robed Divine Emperor said. Fang Chen shook his head gently. Surrendering was not his style. Moreover, they were just 2 Divine Emperors. With the help of the heaven-exterminating Divine Emperor, he had nothing to fear. Moreover, Little Mouse and the other 3 could also make a move at the critical moment. Fang Chen had already planned everything in his mind. Little Mouse and the others wouldn't expose themselves for the time being. He wanted to catch the 2 Divine Emperors off guard. Cut the crap. Kill the heaven-exterminating divine emperor and then capture him. We'll report back. The purple-robed divine emperor said. Kill. The blue-robed divine emperor let out a low roar. A crazy sword Dao aura emanated from his body. The long sword in his hand suddenly slashed out. I'm your opponent. The heaven-exterminating divine emperor unleashed his full strength and tangled with the blue-robed divine emperor. The sound of their battle resounded through the sky. The purple-robed divine emperor licked his dry lips and smiled eerily. Do you think that you can change your fate with a helper? What do you think? Fang Chen said indifferently. The purple-robed divine emperor shook his head with disdain. Kid, you're a divine king after all. No matter how strong you are, there's still a gap between you and a divine emperor expert. Today, I'll teach you a lesson. Buzz. The purple-robed divine emperor's figure flashed and a wild gust of wind blew. Dust rose from the ground. Fang Chen and the purple-robed divine emperor were swept into the dust. Sword of Nirvana. The purple-robed divine emperor used the sword of Nirvana, wanting to end the battle quickly. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk the black vortex appeared again. However, its power was much stronger than when the purple-robed divine emperor used it. Kill. The true god long sword gradually emerged from the black vortex like a long spear. It pierced through the sky and stabbed towards Fang Chen at a speed invisible to the naked eye. The latter stomped his foot and the ground cracked. A vast aura spread out. Immemorial soul refining skill. Fang Chen executed the destruction sword move. Beams of destruction sword light appeared out of nowhere. Under Fang Chen's control, they swooped down. Asterisk catcher. Asterisk wherever the destruction sword light passed, the void was torn apart and a deafening aura spread out. The strength that Fang Chen displayed was not something that a divine king could possess. Interesting. The purple-robed divine emperor grinned and continued to control the black vortex to release sword principle energy. The true god longsword carried a terrifying power and clashed with the destruction sword light. Asterisk boom. Asterisk rays of destruction sword light were shattered by the true god longsword. Fang Chen suddenly appeared in front of the true god longsword and the divine emperor's corpse. He hooked the true god longsword with the tip of his foot. The perfect sword body was activated and the golden heart was beating rapidly. Golden liquid flowed into the true god longsword. Then, Fang Chen swung his arm and slashed at the true god longsword of the purple-robed divine emperor. Asterisk dawn. Asterisk the ground shook and the two collided. The void collapsed and a huge black hole appeared. Dark clouds gathered in the sky. The wild aura of sword principle between heaven and earth surged into the collapsing void. Gusts of wind blew and dust flew as if the end of the world was coming. Asterisk catcher. Asterisk cracks appeared on the blades of the true god longsword and the divine emperor's true god longsword. Retreat. Almost at the same time, Fang Chen's figure retreated rapidly. Then, a terrifying explosion swept out and even affected the battle between the heaven-exterminating divine emperor and the blue-robed divine emperor. The two true god longswords clashed. However, one of them was already cracked, while the other was still in perfect condition. It's not my weapon. It's still not good enough. Fang Chen said to himself. No wonder the South Tomb Sword Palace lost more than 10 divine kings and couldn't hurt you. The purple-robed divine emperor stood with his hands behind his back and looked down at Fang Chen. His words were full of disdain. Your strength is close to that of an ordinary divine emperor realm expert. The deaths of the sword and the divine emperor must have something to do with you, right? Fang Chen nodded. That's right. The sword and the divine emperor's sword of Nirvana were destroyed by me. How powerful is my sword of Nirvana then? The purple-robed divine emperor looked at Fang Chen mockingly. Just now, the sword and the divine emperor's longsword blocked it. What will you use to block it next time? Your body. Primordial spirit. Please pay attention. Chapter 1929. Genius 1 second. Remember love go little. We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The purple-robed divine emperor looked at Fang Chen mockingly, his face full of mockery. The sword of Nirvana was also his strongest sword Dao divine technique. However, when he used it, Its attack power was far superior to that of the Sword Dao and the Divine Emperor. Fang Chen stood quietly on the ground, thinking to himself. After the battle just now, he had a preliminary understanding of the purple-robed Divine Emperor's strength. He is indeed stronger than the Sword Dao and the Divine Emperor. It will be difficult to deal with him alone. I need to end this quickly. Thinking of this, Fang Chen secretly transmitted his voice to Little Mouse and the others, telling them to get ready. Then, Fang Chen emitted a powerful array Dao aura. In the next moment, the Absolute God Array enveloped the purple-robed Divine Emperor. An Absolute God Array? The purple-robed Divine Emperor was a little surprised. He did not expect this kid to be an Absolute God Array master. His eyes were filled with murderous intent, and he did not hide it at all. Do you really think you can trap me with a formation of the Absolute God level? Then I will show you the strength of the 27 Sword Emperors of the South Tomb Sword Palace. As soon as the purple-robed Divine Emperor's voice fell, he suddenly clenched his hand into a fist. The power around his body vibrated as he punched the Absolute God Array. Crack! The Absolute God Array could not withstand the purple-robed Divine Emperor's attack at all, and it gradually collapsed at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this moment, Fang Chen sneered and used the 1,000-leaf needles. Thousands of embroidery needles formed in the array and drowned it. Then, under Fang Chen's control, they quickly shot toward the purple-robed Divine Emperor. Whoosh! The embroidery needles exploded in front of the purple-robed Divine Emperor, and the terrifying energy waves affected the purple-robed Divine Emperor's primordial spirit. The purple-robed Divine Emperor's primordial spirit was temporarily restrained. The primordial spirit of a Divine Emperor was very powerful. The divine consciousness could survey the surroundings, which was very important in battle. Damn it! The purple-robed Divine Emperor roared in anger, and the true God weapon in his hand. Love Go Little Say Two streaks of swordlight that split the void were rapidly destroying thousands of embroidery needles. At the same time, Fang Chen used the Spacetime Illusion Demon Tome and appeared behind the purple-robed Divine Emperor. Then, without hesitation, he slashed out with his sword. The immemorial soul-refining art unleashed all 5 sword moves at once. 5 unimaginable sword lights merged together in the void, forming a sword shadow that was hundreds of feet long. Come out! Fang Chen muttered softly. Voila! The void rippled, and 4 fellows appeared instantly. I can finally make my move. The enemy is a Divine Emperor. Don't underestimate him. Hurry up and arrange the battle formation, said Pangolin. He was the calmest of the 4. At the same time, he was also the most vigilant one. Knowing that the enemy was a deity emperor from the Sword Palace of the South Tomb, he did not dare to be careless. Little Mouse, Xiao Huang, and Xiao Hai nodded in agreement. The 4 of them stood at the 4 positions of the purple-robed Divine Emperor with ease. An invisible battle formation enveloped the purple-robed Divine Emperor. Under the powerful attack of the purple-robed Divine Emperor, the dense embroidery needles were finally destroyed. At this moment, the sword shadow that was hundreds of feet long slashed his body. Crack! Caught off guard, the purple-robed Divine Emperor's body was directly smashed into the ground. His clothes were torn and his body was in a mess. Whoosh! The purple-robed Divine Emperor rushed out from the ground. His face was ferocious and filled with rage. I want you to die. The purple-robed Divine Emperor had lost his mind. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to kill Fang Chen. No Divine King Realm True God had ever made him so miserable. Love Go Little Say the Death Emperor's words had long been forgotten. The purple-robed Divine Emperor once again used the Sword of Nirvana and turned himself into a terrifying black vortex. The black vortex rapidly expanded and rotated. Stop him! Fang Chen shouted as he executed the immemorial soul refinement technique once again. The battle formation of the 4 of them also had an unexpected effect. First was Little Mouse. Purple light surged around his body and quickly condensed into the shadow of a purple mouse that was several feet tall behind him. Extreme piercing. Little Mouse chose the most penetrating innate ability, extreme piercing. When the purple mouse shadow opened its bloody mouth, a thick purple spear suddenly shot out from its mouth. The spear carried an extremely sharp penetrating force and shot towards the black vortex. Crack! The black vortex was almost unable to resist and was penetrated by the purple spear. At the same time, Little Mouse controlled the purple spear to explode in the black vortex. Rumble! Suddenly, the black vortex swayed and became somewhat unstable. The purple-robed Divine Emperor's angry roar came from within. However, the following attack caused the purple-robed Divine Emperor to fall into a state of despair. Following closely behind Little Mouse was Xiao Huang. He was a member of the Imperial Ant clan and his attack power was extremely strong. The two antennae on Xiao Huang's head quickly extended until they came into contact with the black vortex. A powerful corrosive force began to attack the black vortex. The black vortex was already swaying and had no time to deal with Little Mouse's antennae. The outermost layer of power was instantly corroded. At the same time, Pangolin and Xiaohai's attacks also followed. Pangolin hid his head and turned his body into a round ball and slammed into the black vortex. Crack! A large crack appeared in the black vortex and Pangolin took the opportunity to enter the black vortex. Whoosh! Xiaohai opened his mouth and a waterfall-like torrent flowed out from his mouth and drowned the black vortex. The four little fellows' continuous attacks prevented the purple-robed Divine Emperor from fully using the Sword of Nirvana. Damn it! Finally, after holding on for a while, the black vortex collapsed. The purple-robed Divine Emperor's body flew out from the explosion. At this moment, he did not look like the 27 Sword Emperors of the South Tomb Sword Palace at all. He was in a sorry state and those who did not know him would think that he was a beggar. How are things on your side? The voice of the blue-robed Divine Emperor came. The purple-robed Divine Emperor gnashed his teeth and said coldly, "Soon." His scarlet eyes stared at Fang Chen. "Kid, you've successfully angered me. You talk too much." Before the purple-robed Divine Emperor could finish his words, he was interrupted by Little Mouse. The latter used his innate ability, Devour, and a terrifying devouring force enveloped the purple-robed Divine Emperor. In an instant, the purple-robed Divine Emperor's body was pulled to his side. The other three fellows attacked together again. Bang! 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 Although the purple-robed Divine Emperor resisted with all his might, he was still unable to hold on. It's time. Fang Chen held the hidden star sword in his hand and activated the golden heart. A large amount of golden liquid emerged from it. Finally, it passed through the meridians and came to Fang Chen's palm. Lowering his head to look at the thick golden liquid in his palm, Fang Chen grinned. Then, he held the hidden star sword tightly and the golden liquid completely poured into the hidden star sword. Sword-shaped runes flickered on the surface of his skin as the perfect sword body was activated to the extreme. The perfect sword body and the immemorial soul refining art together could erupt the strongest power. With the addition of the golden liquid, the hidden star sword's body skyrocketed. Fang Chen performed the 5 major sword moves of the immemorial soul refining art in one breath. The 5 major sword moves that were enhanced by the golden liquid released a peerless power. Kill. Fang Chen performed the Time and Space Phantasm Demon Book. His figure jumped in the void and the hidden star sword was quickly brandished. Poochie, the destructive sword light pierced the purple-robed Divine Emperor first. The purple-robed Divine Emperor's body retreated as blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. At the same time, he fell into a state of madness. "Continue to increase the power of your attacks," Little Mouse said in a deep voice. The 4 of them surrounded the purple-robed Divine Emperor, making him unable to fend for himself. Fang Chen's immemorial soul-refining art followed suit. The remaining 4 sword lights pierced the purple-robed Divine Emperor's body one after another. His body was immediately pierced through and riddled with holes. Ah! The purple-robed Divine Emperor screamed miserably. He was unwilling to accept this. He was a Divine Emperor, but he was forced to such a state by a Divine King. "Old Blue, save me." The purple-robed Divine Emperor could not resist the fear of death and shouted loudly. The blue-robed Divine Emperor, who was fighting with the heaven-destroying Divine Emperor, was shocked when he heard this voice. Bang! The blue-robed Divine Emperor forced the heaven-destroying Divine Emperor back with a punch and jumped, ready to rescue the purple-robed Divine Emperor. "Old Purple, hold on." Your opponent is me. Although he was shocked, the heaven-destroying Divine Emperor knew that his task was to stop the blue-robed Divine Emperor. Chapter 1930. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? Here's a wonderful novel for you to read. The heaven-destroying godly emperor was definitely not as strong as the godly emperor in blue. Love go little say W. However, although there was a gap, it was not to the extent that he was crushed. Therefore, the heaven-destroying godly emperor used all his strength to stop the godly emperor in blue. Heaven-destroying godly emperor, you're courting death. The godly emperor in blue could not care less. He forcefully activated his trump card and attacked the heaven-destroying godly emperor. He wanted to send the heaven-destroying godly emperor flying in the shortest time possible so that he could rescue the godly emperor in purple. Kill. The godly emperor in blue's attacks came one after another. They were like waves, crashing onto the heaven-destroying godly emperor. Poochie. The latter spat out blood. His face was extremely pale as he was forced to retreat. I've tried my best. The heaven-destroying godly emperor said with difficulty as he fell to the ground weakly, panting heavily. The godly emperor in blue pushed the heaven-destroying godly emperor back with his absolute strength. He then quickly came to the absolute god array. Break. The godly emperor in blue waved his hand and shattered the absolute god array. The array was already on the verge of collapsing. It could not withstand the godly emperor in blue's powerful attack. Crash. As the illusory array gradually dissipated, the blue-clothed divine emperor was able to see what was going on inside. All of a sudden, his pupils shrank, and his body trembled uncontrollably. No, the godly emperor in blue roared into the sky. He could not believe that what was happening was real. At this moment, the godly emperor in purple was standing in the middle of the shattered array. He was in a sorry state. There was a long sword stabbed into his chest, and blood was gradually flowing out. The godly emperor in purple's pupils were dilated. He stood on the ground in a daze. Around him, 4 guys were destroying his primordial spirit. The godly emperor in blue was emitting a cold killing intent. He stared at Fang Chen with his scarlet eyes. Poochie. Fang Chen pulled out the star-concealing sword. The godly emperor in purple's primordial spirit shattered and his body fell to the ground slowly. His eyes were wide open, as if he had died with a grievance. You're in big trouble, the blue-robed god emperor said coldly. If a divine king died, then so be it. However, divine emperors were different. There weren't many divine emperors in the entire South Tomb Sword Palace. Even when Jian Wushuang and the godly emperor died, he was not as angry as he was now. Because the purple-robed divine emperor was one of the 27 sword emperors of the South Tomb Sword Palace. All of you will die. The blue-robed god emperor fell into a state of madness. I only know that before that, you will die, Fang Chen said indifferently. Little Mouse and the other 3 also walked toward the blue-clothed divine emperor. Kill. The battle formation was arranged, and the 4 of them surrounded the blue-robed divine emperor. Immediately, Fang Chen did not stay idle and joined the battle. The blue-clothed divine emperor was much weaker than the purple-clothed divine emperor. However, even so, it was not easy to kill a divine emperor. Using the same plan, they fought fiercely for a long time and finally killed the blue-clothed divine emperor. It's been a long time since I had such a good battle, Little Mouse said with a grin. Goldie was also cheering loudly. The imperial ant tribe was a warmonger. Of course, he was happy to be able to fight against a godly emperor. On the other hand, Xiaohai and Pangolin were calmer. Although they were excited, they knew the current situation. We killed the divine emperor of the South Tomb Sword Palace. They will definitely know. It's not safe here. Let's leave quickly, Pangolin reminded. Fang Chen nodded and took their Sumeru rings. Are you okay? I'm fine. Heaven-destroying divine emperor was shocked. He followed Fang Chen mechanically and left the place. South Tomb Sword Palace, Death Park. Evergreen divine emperor hurried over with a solemn face. Senior brother, Evergreen divine emperor said anxiously. Whoosh. The Death divine emperor appeared out of nowhere. What's wrong? Blue robe and violet robe are dead. The evergreen God Emperor drew in a deep breath and spoke in a low voice. What? The Death Divine Emperor's face was gloomy. He clenched his fists in anger. That kid has grown to such a level. The Death Divine Emperor said gloomily. Senior brother, to be accepted as a disciple by the bone progenitor, this kid's potential is extraordinary. Evergreen Divine Emperor also realized Fang Chen's potential. When he killed Xiao Yun, he was only a heavenly god. How long has it been? Not only has he been accepted as a disciple by the bone progenitor, but he also has the strength to fight against mere hair after entering the Divine King realm. He even snatched the title of Divine King of Destruction from mere hair and killed him. Now, he can already kill Purple Shirt and Blue Shirt. When he enters the Divine Emperor realm, with the help of the spacetime cultivation system, even Senior Brother won't be able to capture him, Evergreen Divine Emperor continued. Martial artists who cultivated the spacetime cultivation system might not have strong offensive power, but their ability to escape was definitely top-notch. Take the Bone Progenitor for example. Although he was one of the 10 strongest Divine Emperors, his strength wasn't too outstanding among the 10 strongest Divine Emperors. However, none of the 10 strongest Divine Emperors dared to underestimate the Bone Progenitor. His spacetime cultivation system had already reached the pinnacle. Unless the 9 Divine Emperors worked together, they wouldn't be able to trap the Bone Progenitor. Otherwise, no one would be able to capture the Bone Progenitor. This was the terrifying part of the spacetime cultivation system. Evergreen Divine Emperor also considered this point. That was why he specially came to discuss this matter with the Death Divine Emperor. The Death Divine Emperor pondered for a moment and said, "Before Master's matter is settled, I can't act rashly. However, as long as he is in the Sword Tomb, the Divine Emperors of the South Tomb Sword Palace can attack him. Purple and Blue are ranked at the bottom of the 27 Sword Sovereigns. They aren't strong. However, I won't give them another chance," the Death Divine Emperor said. "When the time is right, we can let the top 10 Sword Sovereigns take action." Then Master's matter, Evergreen Divine Emperor was a little anxious. Master's matter was much more important than Fang Chen's matter. Don't worry, Master has already found some clues. Moreover, he is in the Sword Tomb. Which Divine Emperor expert would dare to enter the Sword Tomb to seek death? The Death Divine Emperor said confidently. Evergreen Divine Emperor heaved a sigh of relief and nodded. Senior brother, Master's matter is the most important, Evergreen Divine Emperor said and turned to leave. Looking at Evergreen Divine Emperor's back, the Death Divine Emperor's face turned gloomy. She said to herself, when Master is done with that matter, he will definitely become the strongest Divine Emperor in the Divine world. At that time, he won't even need to fear the destruction Divine Emperor. Fang Chen still didn't know that his actions had already caused a huge commotion in the South Tomb Sword Palace. The Divine Emperors of the South Tomb Sword Palace had already received the news and were all looking for him. At this moment, Fang Chen had changed to a safe place to rest. "Brat, I still underestimated how terrifying you are." Heaven Exterminating Divine Sovereign was full of admiration for Fang Chen. He even thought that if Fang Chen stepped into the Divine Emperor realm, he would definitely become an invincible existence among the Divine Emperors. Right now, the enemy Sword and Divine Emperor had already fallen. Since the South Tomb Sword Palace had already tied him to the same boat, he might as well follow this kid. Who knows, he might be able to obtain unexpected benefits. "Do you know what the 27 Sword Emperors are?" Fang Chen asked. Heaven Exterminating Divine Emperor nodded and said, "The 27 Sword Emperors are the Divine Emperors of the South Tomb Sword Palace. Their status is second only to the Divine Emperor's personal attendants. There are a total of 27 of them and each of them is extremely powerful. The blue cloak and purple cloak that you killed earlier were the 27 and 25 respectively." "Interesting." Fang Chen grinned. This was the same as the 36 inner palace elders of the Skybone Palace. "Only 27? That's not enough for us to kill." Little Mouse curled his lips. "The South Tomb Sword Palace has gone too far. If they dare to attack boss again, we'll kill all 27 Sword Emperors," Xiao Huang said. Heaven Exterminating Divine Emperor smiled bitterly. How could it be so easy? The strength of the 27 Sword Emperors is extraordinary. We can't be careless. Fang Chen nodded slightly. He naturally knew this. However, if the South Tomb Sword Palace thought that he was easy to bully, they were gravely mistaken. Kid, or are we considered comrades? Heaven Exterminating Divine Emperor suddenly asked. Fang Chen looked at him and smiled. What do you think? Heaven Exterminating Divine Emperor laughed loudly. All right, since you treat me as a comrade, I won't beat around the bush with you. From today onwards, you, Fang Chen, are my brother. We'll share happiness and misfortune together. Chapter 1931. Genius 1 second. Remember, love go small? We provide you with wonderful novels to read. The heaven-destroying godly emperor chuckled and took out a palm-sized black sword from his bosom. Fang Chen was a little confused. What did the heaven-destroying godly emperor mean? The black sword gave him a very oppressive feeling. Brother, I originally wouldn't tell anyone this secret. But it's all thanks to you that I was able to kill Jian He Huang. Since I, the heaven-destroying godly emperor, acknowledge you as my brother, then I'll tell you everything I know. The heaven-destroying godly emperor was frank with Fang Chen. He raised the black sword in his hand and said, "What do you think is so special about this black sword?" Fang Chen took the black sword and carefully sensed it. Suddenly, a strange aura came from the black sword. In a flash, it drilled into Fang Chen's palm. Fang Chen felt a burst of pain, a heart-wrenching pain. What's going on? While holding the black sword, the golden heart actually started to beat. One must know that ordinary things wouldn't attract the golden heart's attention, especially things related to the way of the sword. Fang Chen hurriedly looked inside his body and found that the strange aura that drilled into his palm had been absorbed by the golden heart. Seeing the change in Fang Chen's expression, the heaven-destroying godly emperor chuckled and said, "How is it? Do you feel the extraordinary nature of this black sword? I won't keep you in suspense. I have one of these black swords, and so does Jian He Huang." Fang Chen vaguely understood something. To tell you the truth, Jian He Huang and I were good friends a long time ago. In the sword catacomb, the two of us always acted together. Until one time, we met these two black swords. Speaking of this, the heaven-destroying godly emperor's expression changed. It was as if he had suffered a great blow from this matter. Actually, seeing him like this, Fang Chen could already guess what had happened next. Jian He Huang wanted to snatch the black swords from him and monopolize them. In the end, the two of them turned against each other. When we found these two black swords, we were very shocked. Because these two black swords are related to the demon emperor. The heaven-destroying godly emperor tried his best to control his emotions and said softly, "Demon emperor?" Fang Chen exclaimed. This expert's name was like thunder in his ears. Although the demon emperor had fallen, his legend had been passed down in the god realm. Demon Emperor was an emperor-god realm expert from the previous universe era. Even though he entered the Tao as a demon, his sword Tao cultivation wasn't weaker than any sword Tao emperor-god. His strength was so strong that it shook the entire divine realm. Fang Chen also did not expect that this short black sword was actually related to the Fiend Emperor. When we obtained the black sword, we already sensed it. There are a total of 9 black swords. If all of them are put together, you will be able to find the Devil Emperor's tomb and obtain his inheritance. The heaven-destroying godly emperor said, "Because of this, Jian He Huang tried to sneak an attack on me. Unfortunately, I managed to escape." While the heaven-destroying godly emperor was speaking, Fang Chen was already checking the godly emperor's Sumeru ring. Sure enough, there was a black sword lying in the Sumeru ring. Fang Chen took out the black sword and immediately felt the attraction between the two black swords. In the blink of an eye, they were close to each other. Just as I expected. After Fang Chen dripped his blood on the black sword, a large amount of information entered his mind. Most of this information recorded the demon emperor's deeds when he was alive. Fang Chen glanced through it roughly. Only the last few sentences attracted his attention. That's right. Although we only have 2 black swords now, each black sword represents a peak god emperor. The heaven-destroying godly emperor said with a smile. There were 9 great guards under the demon emperor. Each of the guards was a peak divine emperor realm expert. The 9 great guards followed the demon emperor and fought in the divine world, leaving their names behind. Before the demon emperor died, he gave the 9 black swords to his most trusted 9 great guards. Now, the 9 black swords were scattered in every corner of the sword tomb. Obtaining the black swords meant that they could find the tombs of the 9 great guards. You mean? Fang Chen asked. The heaven-destroying godly emperor nodded and said, we can use these 2 black swords to find the tombs of the 2 guards and obtain their inheritances to increase our strength. To be able to become the guards of the demon emperor, their strength was invincible in the god emperor realm. Fang Chen was naturally tempted. His cultivation was stuck in the god king realm, unable to make a breakthrough. Although he could fight above his level and deal with ordinary god emperors easily, but it would be troublesome if he was slightly stronger. After fighting with the purple-robed godly emperor, Fang Chen felt that he was too weak. I thought that we were not strong enough. But now, it seems that my worries were unnecessary. The heaven-destroying godly emperor said. Deep down, he was also very shocked. He did not expect Fang Chen to have 4 abnormal spiritual pets. The black swords did not indicate the location of the guards. How are we going to find them? Fang Chen asked. Hihi, you don't know, right? Watch me. The heaven-destroying godly emperor had obtained the black swords for a long time and had been studying them. Finally, he found some clues. As soon as he finished speaking, his consciousness slowly penetrated into the black swords. In an instant, the black swords emitted dazzling light, enveloping the black light of the swords. This situation lasted for about an hour before it finally stopped. How is it? Seeing the heaven-destroying godly emperor open his eyes, Fang Chen hurriedly asked. The information of the guards is hidden in the black swords. I have already checked. The heaven-destroying godly emperor said, the owner of my black swords is the 6th guard of the demon emperor, the Black Heaven Guard. Fang Chen used the heaven-destroying godly emperor's method and successfully checked the guard's information. How is it? The heaven-destroying godly emperor hurriedly asked. Fang Chen's heart was in turmoil. He stared at the black swords in his hands, dumbfounded. He did not dare to imagine. What's wrong? Could it be the 5th or 3rd guard? The heaven-destroying godly emperor asked. Fang Chen shook his head and stared at the black swords with burning eyes. The 2nd guard. In the heaven-destroying godly emperor's mind, Fang Chen's black swords were at most the 3rd guard. He did not expect them to be the 1st guard. This was because the 1st guard of the demon emperor was the strongest deity emperor of the previous era. The 1st guard. Fang Chen tried his best to calm the shock in his heart as he spoke slowly. What? The 1st guard? Am I right? The heaven-destroying godly emperor could not believe it and asked again. Fang Chen nodded heavily to confirm that he did not see wrongly. The heaven-destroying godly emperor was overjoyed and laughed. We're rich. Ha ha ha. I did not expect that we would be able to get the information of the 1st guard's tomb. The 1st guard was the strongest divine emperor in the previous era. If I can get his sword Dao inheritance, I might be able to break through to the divine emperor realm. The heaven-destroying godly emperor said happily. After the shock, Fang Chen became more rational. Although we have the information of the 1st guard's tomb, let's go to the 6th guard's tomb first. Fang Chen said, with our current strength, we will be in danger if we force our way to the tomb of the 1st guard. The heaven-destroying godly emperor nodded. He agreed with Fang Chen's words. All right, let's set off quickly. After a simple discussion, the 2 of them drew up a simple route and left quickly. Sword Tomb, Sovereign Tomb. In a mountain stream, a bearded man carried a huge sword on his back. He was resting on a green rock. There was a waterfall nearby and the sound of flowing water could be heard. Little junior brother has come to the sword tomb. Suddenly, the bearded man opened his eyes and said with a smile. He was the 6th disciple of the bone progenitor, Lin Jian. He was also Fang Chen's 6th senior brother. Among the 6 disciples of the bone progenitor, only Lin Jian was good at sword Dao. He had been stuck in the divine emperor realm for a long time, so he came to the sword tomb to seek a breakthrough. I wonder how strong my little junior brother is. Lin Jian said, if there is a chance, I must meet him. However, right at that moment, a furious voice suddenly sounded. Lin Jian, you coward. A burly man appeared in front of the waterfall and glared at Lin Jian. Do you people from the Bone Palace only know how to run? Chapter 1932. Genius 1 second. Remember love divided by go divided by little? Here's a wonderful novel for you to read. When Divine Emperor Mo Long and the other two arrived, they saw the dust on the ground. Love go little say Chu. Divine Emperor Mo Shui looked around angrily, as if he was looking for something. Divine Emperor Mo Long asked, where is he? Big brother. That kid ran away, Divine Emperor Mo Shui said awkwardly. Divine Emperor Mo Long's face darkened as he clenched his fists. If the person in front of him wasn't his brother, he would definitely attack him. Trash, you can't even stop a divine king? Divine Emperor Mo Long was a bit angry. Seeing this, Divine Emperor Mo Shui hurriedly explained, Big brother, you know that kid is a disciple of the bone progenitor. He has a trump card. And he has the space-time cultivation system. It's too easy for him to escape. Divine Emperor Mo Long waved his hand to interrupt his brother. Which direction did he run to? That way, Divine Emperor Mo Shui said, pointing. After him. A few days later, Fang Chen and heaven-destroying godly emperor arrived at a mountain stream. Around the mountain stream, there were towering cliffs and cliffs that reached into the clouds, surrounded by lush flowers and plants. At first glance, they looked around. There were towering trees in the mountain stream and the sound of flowing water could be heard. Is this the place? Fang Chen asked. There wasn't a single tomb within 100 miles. This was very suspicious. However, they found this place according to the information in the Black Sword. There shouldn't be any mistakes. The two quickly entered the mountain stream. Only then did they realize that the mountain stream was in a mess. It seemed that someone had fought here. Who was fighting here? Looking at the marks on the ground, the person who fought shouldn't be weak, heaven-destroying godly emperor said in a low voice. Near the waterfall in the mountain stream, there were countless pieces of rocks. The towering trees were broken and the lush flowers and plants were all burnt yellow. In fact, there were even cases where the stone walls on the cliff were falling off. According to the situation, Fang Chen guessed that the person who fought was at least a peak divine emperor. There's still a very sharp sword-way aura in the air. Suddenly, Fang Chen's expression changed slightly. Soon after, he widened his eyes in shock. Brother Fang, did you discover something? Heaven-exterminating divine sovereign hurriedly asked. I think I know who's fighting here. Fang Chen said, in the remnant aura in the air, I can vaguely sense the sword Dao aura of the Sword Palace of the South Tomb. There must be a divine emperor from the Sword Palace of the South Tomb among them. What about the other one? Heaven-exterminating divine sovereign was curious. The other person is my sixth senior brother, Lin Jian, Fang Chen said. This was because he could sense the aura of the void cultivation system in the air. That aura could not be imitated by outsiders. In other words, before they arrived, sixth senior brother Lin Jian had already fought with the divine emperor of the Southern Tomb Sword Palace. Judging from the traces of the battle was very intense. The two god emperors should be equally matched. Fang Chen thought to himself. He was not worried about his sixth brother. What kind of joke was this? To kill a disciple of the bone progenitor in the same realm was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Your sixth senior brother? Heaven-exterminating divine sovereign was stunned for a moment and then curled his lips. Then, he stopped thinking about it and came to the bottom of the waterfall. He stood on a blue stone in the stream. Let's see if the black sword has any clues. Heaven-exterminating divine sovereign placed the black sword in his hand. Suddenly, the black sword vibrated slightly. Then, he pointed the tip of the black sword at the bottom of the waterfall. The tomb is inside the waterfall, Heaven-exterminating divine sovereign said in surprise. Fang Chen spread his divine consciousness, trying to get closer to the waterfall. Love go little say Chu however, he was shocked to find that the waterfall could actually block his divine consciousness. There is indeed a problem. Thinking of this, Fang Chen took a step forward and came to the front of the waterfall. When he came into contact with the waterfall, he was immediately repelled by the restriction on the waterfall. Deng deng deng. He quickly retreated and tried his best to stabilize himself. He looked at the waterfall in surprise. The waterfall seemed to have existed since ancient times. The fact that there was such a powerful restriction on it surprised Fang Chen. How is it? Heaven exterminating divine sovereign asked hurriedly. Fang Chen shook his head and said, there is a powerful restriction on the waterfall. Let me think of a way. Fang Chen took a step forward. He came to the front of the waterfall again. He wanted to use the illusion book of time and space to travel through the waterfall, but he failed. I'd like to see how a mere restriction can stop me. Fang Chen was a little angry. He closed his eyes and the aura of Array Dao spread around him. He was observing the movement of the restriction and trying to break it down from the inside. Outside the mountain stream, 2 divine sovereigns were strolling in the wilderness. Dust was flying around, but there was no tomb. There is no tomb here. It's a great place to cultivate, an old man in brown said with a grin. Maybe we can even find some treasures, the other divine sovereign said. While the 2 divine sovereigns were talking, they suddenly noticed the mountain stream in the distance. Hey! There is an aura fluctuation in the mountain stream. Let's go and take a look. The 2 divine sovereigns quickly came to the mountain stream and found Fang Chen and Heaven exterminating divine sovereign. Isn't that the Heaven exterminating divine sovereign? Why is he here? The old man in brown frowned. With the timid personality of the Heaven exterminating divine sovereign, he wouldn't enter the sovereign tomb easily. Now that he is here, it means that there should be treasures here, the other divine sovereign said with a hint of joy. Only when they shifted their gazes away from the heaven-destroying divine emperor did they notice Fang Chen. The kid under the waterfall is a divine king. Don't underestimate this kid. He is an absolute god array master, the old man in brown said. There is a restriction on the waterfall. He seems to be breaking it. After the old man in brown said that, he took a step forward and came to the front of the waterfall. He floated in the air and looked at Fang Chen with interest. You can become an absolute god array master at such a young age. I'm very curious, which faction's younger generation do you belong to? The brown-clothed old man asked. Hey! The divine sovereign of the celestial array family. The sword tomb, ranked second among the 5 forbidden lands, was very attractive. The 2 in front of him were array masters from the celestial array family. I didn't think that array masters from the celestial array family would come to the sword tomb, Fang Chen smiled. Kid, you are very talented in arrays. Why don't you join the celestial array family? The old man in brown asked. Since you are array masters from the celestial array family, you should know the sword formation divine sovereign, right? Fang Chen didn't answer. Instead, he asked, I wonder who has a higher status. The 2 didn't understand why Fang Chen asked that. You know the sword formation divine sovereign? Fang Chen nodded. That's right. The sword formation divine sovereign is my elder brother. He once invited me to join the celestial array family, but I rejected him. Humph, the sword formation divine sovereign personally invited you and you rejected him? You are lying, the younger divine sovereign sneered. You 2 don't know yet, right? Fang Chen is a disciple of the bone progenitor. It's normal for him to reject the sword formation divine sovereign's invitation, the heaven-destroying divine sovereign said. The 2 divine sovereigns were shocked. They studied Fang Chen carefully. After a while, the 2 divine sovereigns were shocked. I didn't recognize a disciple of the bone progenitor. The old man in brown smiled. The Celestial Bone Palace and the Celestial Array family have always had a good relationship. Plus, you call the sword formation divine sovereign your brother. Then we are on the same side. Do you know what is behind the waterfall? Fang Chen sneered. The 2 had taken such a long detour just to know what was behind the waterfall. I don't know either. Fang Chen naturally couldn't say that it was the tomb of the Demon Emperor's 6th guard. Wouldn't that be asking for trouble? Fang Chen, although you have great potential in arrays, it will be difficult for you to break through this restriction alone. How about the 3 of us work together? The old man in brown suggested. After all, the other party was a disciple of the bone progenitor. They didn't want to kill him. After entering the waterfall, they would definitely crush him with their strength. By then, wouldn't they have the final say in all the inheritances? Because of this, the two of them straightforwardly chose to cooperate with Fang Chen. Sure, Fang Chen said. In fact, wasn't he just using the two of them? The celestial array family's attainments in arrays weren't something ordinary people could compare to. Perhaps the two of them had a way to break through this powerful restriction. He turned and gave the heaven-destroying divine sovereign a look, telling him not to be nervous. Then, he looked at the two divine sovereigns of the celestial array family. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Chapter 1933. A Genius Remembers Love in 1 Second. We provide you with interesting novels to read. Let me see what's so special about the seal on the waterfall. The brown-robed old man stepped forward and touched the waterfall gently with both hands. Suddenly, a strange aura spread out. After the two introduced themselves, Fang Chen learned that the brown-robed old man was called Crane Emperor and the other was called Divine Emperor Golden Array. Their positions in the Celestial Array family were on par with Divine Emperor Sword Array. They were also very strong. After a while, Crane Emperor opened his eyes. This seal is a top-notch absolute God array. It will require the three of us to work together to break it, Crane Emperor said. A top-notch absolute God array? Divine Emperor Golden Array was surprised. To them, a top-notch absolute God-grade array formation was enough to threaten a celestial emperor. Of course, it had to be an offensive-type array. All right, I'm fine with it, Fang Chen agreed. It was impossible for him to break the array by himself. Why not borrow the power of the celestial array family? All right, listen to my command, Crane Emperor said. The three of them stood in front of the waterfall. Let's do it. Following Crane Emperor's command, suddenly, a wild array aura surged out from the three array masters. Then, the three completely different auras of the formation Tao gathered together and fused together for a short while. Under the control of the three, the fused array aura gradually seeped into the waterfall. Splash! A strange scene appeared. The waterfall that was flowing down was actually forcibly cut in half by the three of them. For a moment, the waterfall seemed to be frozen in mid-air. Buzz! A crisp sound was heard as the three array masters worked together to break the seal on the waterfall. Finally, after 15 minutes, they saw results. Crack! When the waterfall resumed its normal flow, the three of them quickly retreated. This spirit formation is truly exquisite. Crane Emperor couldn't help but exclaim. The three of them had used all their strength, but only managed to break a small corner of the array. Yeah, if it wasn't for the fact that the array had lost most of its spirituality due to its age, we wouldn't have been able to break it, Divine Emperor Golden Array said. Fang Chen was also shaken, but not like the two God Kings of the Celestial Array clan. He knew in advance that behind this waterfall was the tomb of the Devil Emperor's sixth guard. Therefore, the powerful restriction on the waterfall was within his expectations. I've finally cracked open a small corner. Let's go in, said the Crane Emperor. He couldn't wait to enter the waterfall and explore. Let's go. The Divine Emperor Gold Array and the Crane Emperor entered the waterfall one after another. Voila! Heaven exterminating godly sovereign rushed over swiftly. Damn it! I let those two fellas take advantage of me. Fang Chen said, there must be a mystery hidden within the waterfall. There might be danger, so it was not a bad idea to let the two of them take the lead. Besides, we have the black sword in our hands. Are we afraid that we won't be able to obtain the sixth protector's inheritance? Upon hearing Fang Chen's words, the heaven-destroying godly sovereign calmed down. After waiting for about a quarter of an hour outside the waterfall, Fang Chen said softly, it's time. Then, Fang Chen and the heaven-destroying godly emperor entered the waterfall. During the period when Fang Chen entered the sword tomb, some shocking things happened in the divine world. The 6 supreme god kings had always been the strongest among the supreme god kings. However, not long ago, Fang Chen killed Miehi and obtained the title of Supreme God King of Destruction. After Fang Chen entered the sword tomb, a mysterious expert appeared out of nowhere and killed the Supreme God King of Destiny with absolute strength. The title of Supreme God King of Destiny had changed hands. When this news spread, it caused an uproar in the entire divine world. After various forces inquired about it, they came to a terrifying conclusion. The new supreme God King of Destiny did not belong to any forces in the divine world. He was an itinerant cultivator. This was even more shocking. An itinerant cultivator could actually kill the supreme God King of Destiny. How powerful was his combat strength? What was even more terrifying was that some people had seen the battle between the old and new supreme God Kings of Destiny. That battle formation was simply too terrifying. Everyone was guessing who the supreme God King of Destiny was. However, after obtaining the title of Supreme God King of Destiny, this person seemed to have disappeared from the divine world. The Supreme God King of Destiny also changed owners. At the same time, all over the divine world, the other 4 Supreme God Kings also came out of seclusion one after another. In their hearts, there were complicated changes. 2 Supreme God Kings' titles changed owners in succession. This made the remaining 4 Supreme God Kings somewhat worried. Looks like I need to speed up my cultivation. Not long after the 4 Supreme God Kings came out of seclusion, they met once and then went into seclusion again. The storm in the divine world would never end. Skybone Palace, Destruction Mansion. Supreme God King of Destiny? Fang Chen's clone muttered to himself, could it be, Sword Tomb, Emperor's Tomb? No one knew how many years it had been since anyone dared to step into the Emperor's Tomb. Because the Emperor's Tomb represented death. Once one entered the Emperor's Tomb, they would die without a doubt. However, on this day, a strange phenomenon appeared in the Emperor's Tomb. In the center of the Emperor's Tomb, on an altar, a black-robed man sat cross-legged. In the sky, dark clouds were dense, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. Terrifying lightning bombarded the black-robed man's body. Crash! Suddenly, the black-robed man opened his eyes. 2 substantial light beams shot out from his eyes, penetrating through the void and landing on a tomb not too far away. Immediately, the tomb was smashed into pieces. Even the God Emperor wraiths within the tomb were blasted apart. I can sense that I am about to succeed. A slight ripple appeared on the black-robed man's face that was as calm as an ancient well. He was extremely excited. For the sake of this plan, he had hidden it for many years. The moment the plan was completed, he would become the strongest God Emperor in the divine world. I, God Emperor Swordless, am the strongest God Emperor in the divine world. I want to become a cosmos god and unify the entire divine world. The black-robed man was the master of Southern Tomb Sword Palace, God Emperor Swordless. It was rumored in the divine world that God Emperor Swordless was able to break through to the God Emperor realm because he walked out of the Emperor's tomb alive. After that, he became one of the 10 strongest God Emperors. He created the Southern Tomb Sword Palace and placed it beside the Sword Tomb. As a result, the Sword Tomb became the training ground for the God Emperor of the Southern Tomb Sword Palace. However, for so many years, no one knew. The reason why the Southern Tomb Sword Palace was built beside the Sword Tomb was not to train God Emperors. Only God Emperor Swordless knew the true reason. Disperse. God Emperor Swordless raised his head and looked at the pitch-black sky. He spat out a single word. At that moment, the sky regained its clarity. The commotion within the Emperor's tomb gradually calmed down. Huala! Behind God Emperor Swordless, 2 figures suddenly appeared. Teacher, how is it? God Emperor of Death asked with cupped fists. That's right, teacher. I feel that your plan is about to succeed. Why did you suddenly stop? Black Emperor was slightly puzzled. I felt that there were some flaws in the plan, so I stopped it. God Emperor Swordless indifferently said, wait until I perfect the plan. That will be the day I succeed. Teacher will definitely succeed. The 2 disciples cupped their fists. Even though they were God Emperors, they were afraid of their teacher, God Emperor Swordless. During this period of time, protect me and don't let me be disturbed by the outside world. God Emperor Swordless said solemnly. Rest assured. With us senior disciples around, no one can disturb teacher. Black Emperor said confidently. God Emperor Swordless nodded. He then suddenly asked, Death, I know that you are still thinking about the revenge of your disciple. But I have to remind you that your avatar must not enter the Sword Tomb recklessly. Teacher, I understand. God Emperor of Death respectfully replied. Under normal circumstances, those who broke through to the God-Emperor realm with avatars would usually choose to fuse with their true body. Because there was a saying amongst the higher-ups in the divine realm. God-Emperors who had avatars could never become cosmos gods. Nevertheless, God-Emperor of Death was determined to leave behind an avatar for the sake of pursuing the pinnacle of strength. This resulted in God-Emperor of Death being much stronger than other God-Emperors at the same realm. But others did not dare to take such a risk. Actually, the majority of heavenly gods in the divine realm found it troublesome. They would fuse with their avatars when they became true gods. Avatars were only useful in the early stages of cultivation. Wait until my plan succeeds. You can act as you wish. Even if you want to deal with him publicly, it's fine too. God-Emperor Swordless said. If Bone Progenitor acts, I'll stop him. Chapter 1934. Genius 1 second. Remember love go little? We provide you with interesting novels to read. There was another world inside the waterfall. When Fang Chen and the heaven-destroying godly emperor entered, they realized that it was actually a fortress. Gosh, as expected of the demon emperor's bodyguard. A tomb was actually built into a battle fortress. The heaven-destroying godly emperor looked around and couldn't help but exclaim. His words were full of praise for the demon emperor's sixth bodyguard. They were now inside the battle fortress. Fang Chen saw the crane emperor and the golden array godly emperor attacking a stone door with all their might. Fang Chen looked around and instantly saw a stone tablet in front of them. There were some small words carved on the tablet. Look, there are words here. Fang Chen suddenly noticed the stone tablet and hurried over. He looked at the stone tablet and instantly saw the information about the battle fortress. According to the stone tablet, this is indeed the tomb of the demon emperor's sixth bodyguard. The heaven-destroying godly emperor nodded excitedly. Fang Chen frowned. According to the information on the stone tablet, the sixth bodyguard deliberately left this behind. The battle fortress was bestowed to him by the demon emperor when he followed him and made great contributions. Before the sixth protector died, he built his tomb in the sword catacomb, and then placed the battle fortress there. There were a total of 9 stone doors in the battle fortress. Every sword cultivator who entered the waterfall had one chance to choose a stone door. If they made the wrong choice, they would be teleported out. In other words, only one of the 9 stone doors led to the tomb of the sixth bodyguard. Fang Chen looked at the crane emperor in front of him. The crane emperor was attacking the first stone door. He seemed to be sure that the tomb of the sixth bodyguard was behind the stone door. Crane emperor, are you sure that the tomb of the sixth bodyguard is behind the first stone door? The golden array godly emperor was trembling with excitement. Before entering the waterfall, they didn't know that the tomb of the sixth bodyguard of the demon emperor was here. According to my deduction, the tomb is most likely behind the first stone door. The crane emperor's eyes were filled with greed as he said, if we can really enter the tomb of the sixth protector, we might be able to find some traces of the demon emperor's tomb. At that time, the divine emperor Gold Array also knew what the crane empress meant without saying anything. His eyes were burning as he stared at the first stone door. Ha ha ha, if we can really get news of the demon emperor's tomb, we might be able to step into the legendary celestial emperor realm. The golden array deity emperor laughed. However, the crane emperor glanced thoughtfully at Fang Chen and the heaven-exterminating divine emperor before the boulder. The devil emperor's information is of great importance, so, the information here cannot be leaked, the crane emperor said in a low voice. The golden array divine emperor nodded. He understood what the crane emperor meant. Then, he took a step forward and arrived before the stone tablet. The two of you, this is the territory of the celestial array family. Please leave quickly, the golden array divine emperor said with a half-smile. What a joke. We were the ones who found it. How did it become the celestial array family's territory? The heaven-exterminating divine emperor said disdainfully. Whoosh. The golden array divine emperor immediately set up an absolute god formation, trapping Fang Chen and the heaven-exterminating divine emperor inside. Since you won't cooperate, then die. The golden array divine emperor entered the formation and looked at the two coldly. Only the dead can keep information a secret forever. Fang Chen had expected this. After all, The tomb of the sixth protector was related to the battle fortress, and there was information about the Devil Emperor's tomb. No divine emperor would let it go easily. Therefore, Fang Chen was prepared. Just as the Golden Array Divine Emperor was about to attack, Fang Chen's figure disappeared into the void, taking the heaven-exterminating Divine Emperor with him. Golden Array Divine Emperor, don't you think too highly of yourself? Fang Chen's voice came from the battle fortress, echoing so loudly that the Golden Array Divine Emperor couldn't tell the direction. Damn it! The Golden Array Divine Emperor finally realized that the other party was a disciple of the Skybone Palace. Crane Emperor, help me, the Golden Array Divine Emperor said. The Golden Array Divine Emperor nodded and waved his hand, sealing the entrance with an absolute god formation. The Crane Emperor sneered. Humph, so what if he's a disciple of the Skybone Palace? He's hiding in the void. We can't find him, but the formation can. I've already sealed the exit. As soon as he touches the formation, we'll be the first to discover him. Next, I'll set up the Blazing Origin Incineration Formation and search inch by inch. I don't believe he can hide in the void forever, the Crane Emperor said eerily. The Golden Array Divine Emperor grinned. Crane Emperor, once you set up the Blazing Origin Incineration Formation, that kid will die no matter how capable he is. This was the Sword Catacomb. Even if they killed Fang Chen, the Bone Progenitor wouldn't know. Besides, even if they knew, what could they do? It was a fair competition. The Bone Progenitor wouldn't lower itself to attack the Divine Emperors. Moreover, the Sky Array family also had a powerful Divine Emperor. Step to the side for now. As soon as the Crane Emperor finished speaking, he raised his palm. Instantly, a raging fire appeared. In an instant, the fire covered the entire battle fortress. Then, the Crane Emperor was surrounded by a formation aura that completely covered the fire. Finally, the Blazing Origin Incineration Formation was set up under the Crane Emperor's command. The vast formation stood in the void and scanned the interior of the battle fortress bit by bit. As long as there were energy fluctuations, the Blazing Origin Incineration Formation would scan it. In the void, the heaven-destroying Divine Emperor was a little nervous. Fang Chen, the Blazing Origin Incineration Formation is too strong. Can you resist it? The heaven-destroying Divine Emperor asked. The Blazing Origin Incineration Formation seals the void and freezes time. Once enveloped by it, one's primordial spirit will be refined in minutes. It's considered very powerful among absolute god-level formations, Fang Chen said to himself. I didn't expect the Crane Emperor to be able to set up such a formation. It wasn't without reason that the Sky Array family had been able to stand among the top 7 forces for countless years. Although my Time and Space Phantasm demonic book can change its position infinitely, it will definitely cause some subtle energy fluctuations. Besides, the interior of the battle fortress isn't big. It'll be discovered by the Blazing Origin Incineration Formation sooner or later, Fang Chen said. Then what should we do? Should we fight it out with them? The heaven-destroying Divine Emperor asked. Fang Chen shook his head. If he was alone, he would have given it a try. With the heaven-destroying Divine Emperor around, the chances of winning were slim. Although the Gold Array Divine Emperor's strength was similar to the heaven-destroying Divine Emperor, the former was an absolute god-level formation master and could trap the heaven-destroying Divine Emperor in minutes. Once he killed the heaven-destroying Divine Emperor, it would be troublesome if the two formation masters attacked him together. Moreover, his target was the tomb of the Sixth Guard. He didn't want to give up. Right now, we need to lock onto the tomb of the Sixth Guard before the Blazing Origin Incineration Formation scans over, Fang Chen said to himself. Take out your black sword. Hearing this, the heaven-destroying Divine Emperor hurriedly took out his black sword. Activate the black sword and see if it can sense anything, Fang Chen said. The heaven-destroying Divine Emperor activated the black sword according to Fang Chen's instructions. However, to his disappointment, the black sword didn't give him any guidance. Fang Chen's gaze swept across the 9 stone doors. He frowned as if he was thinking about something. It doesn't seem to be working, the heaven-destroying Divine Emperor said bitterly. Fang Chen shook his head. There must be a mistake somewhere. Otherwise, it wouldn't be like this. He took the black sword from the heaven-destroying divine emperor's hand. Suddenly, the golden heart beat rapidly. Fang Chen closed his eyes and carefully sensed the interaction between the black sword and the golden heart. Buzz! A faintly discernible aura flowed out of the black sword and finally entered the golden heart. At this moment, Fang Chen noticed a very inconspicuous detail. Just a moment ago, some dust suddenly fell off the sixth stone door of the incomparably silent 9 great stone doors. Hey! Fang Chen abruptly opened his eyes and stared at the sixth stone door. Fang Chen, are you saying that the tomb of the sixth guard is inside the sixth stone door? The heaven-destroying divine emperor shook his head and said, I don't think that's possible. He's the sixth guard. He wouldn't be stupid enough to put his tomb inside the sixth stone door. If that's the case, what's the point of making these 9 stone doors? Fang Chen ignored the heaven-destroying divine emperor's words and focused on the sixth stone door. The golden heart and the black sword were still communicating and absorbing each other's aura. After a long while, Fang Chen handed the black sword to the heaven-destroying divine emperor. Prepare to break out.